Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our coverage of the second day of the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. Peter Svidler, what's happening today?
Well, the game I have on the screen is a very nicely poised game in group, whichever group it is, probably B, right? I should memorize letters at some point. We are here very much in the let's watch Anish's game every day and completely ignore the rest of them. Yeah, that the group where both of the games were decisive today features the game between the two leaders, so that's the obvious front runner. But you know, plenty of action as usual. Extremely stacked fields, blah blah. We all know this, you know. And the action is about to start, so we can thankfully do what we do best, and that is talk about openings.
Nikita, very surprised by 1e4, or not at the board yet. It's one of the two.
One of the two, yeah.
e5.
Yeah, he's been very much as a Spanish player these days, I think, on the black side of 1e4 openings. He still mixes in other things. He played some Sicilians. He used to be a hardcore French player at some point in his career. Wrote a book on the opening even, but
Anish, he's a hardcore Italian player. Did a course on the opening.
Yeah, but also makes other moves in this position, of course. Yeah, but yeah, bishop c4 now. It's a bit interesting because I don't think Nikita is a Berlin player necessarily. I think Nikita does other things, which I think makes bishop b5 immediately a much more attractive proposition, but Italian it is. Anish also played the Italian yesterday with much success, uncorking something quite unusual against Tabatabai and winning eventually in fine style. So why change the horses midstream and things of that nature?
Yeah, looks like people just believe this is as challenging a move as bishop b5. Mm-hmm. That's why they go here. I don't even think it's to avoid anything in particular. Bishop c5 by Nikita. Yeah, Anish recently seemed to be on the castle's d3, and let's keep our options open train, playing this d3, h3 against Tabatabai. Of course, bishop c5 also allows this idea with c3 and d4 that has been quite popular. But I don't think that's what Anish will do to compare notes. He will play something slower and have his own little cunning ideas there.
Yeah, that was definitely the plan yesterday, and I assume it remains the plan today. Yeah, we'll await what transpires here. There's already an opening. Every time I see this, I think, you know, this can't be right. But even I think have managed to shake that feeling off by this point. The knight f6, knight f6 ef caro in the other game in this group. I mean, it's absolutely main line. Magnus played this, and many strong players have done this with black. And yet, every time I see this in a classical game, I think, hang on, this is supposed to be a blitz weapon. This is not supposed to be played seriously. And then I kind of catch myself and think to myself, no, that's wrong. That's outdated thinking.
Yeah, I believe people are shifting towards this majority is going to kill us because it's going to win in the endgame to 4 pawns in front of our king is a pretty nice defensive force, and there will be a lot of counterplay as long as there are any pieces on the board. And yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going away.
Yeah,
it is still shocking to me. Also, I haven't really studied up how bad is bishop f5 these days. Like, aren't we allowed to play this anymore? Why is
I'm curious about that as well, because yeah, the old classical bishop f5 caro, as far as I'm aware, has not been even remotely refuted.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But yeah, you barely see it anymore. It just doesn't seem to exist. Everybody and their dog is playing knight f6 ef.
Why exactly?
Yeah. Somewhat interesting to me that Harry chose to play h6 on move 9, because I thought...
Yeah, this I've seen before. Of course, h5 is all the rage to potentially fight for the square. But I think making a case for h6 is very, very possible. Like you're just saying, I'm not worried about anything direct. I don't even want to give you this potential weakness. And I'll go knight d7, knight f8. It's very, very solid as well. It's making a comeback, I think, with the shifting understanding of these positions. Right? But yeah, h5 very much the main move.
Yeah, I thought, but basically, in my mind, the revival of the entire line was very much connected with this idea of pushing h5, h4, which stops knight g3 and makes White's development a lot more awkward, or at least supposedly a lot more awkward. But yeah, I've also been seeing people play h6 again, and yeah, in terms of like the bare basics, I think continuing the conversation we had off and on yesterday, like explaining why black is not worse to your Zugzwang viewers, it's a bit mystifying, isn't it? With the
no, this one I think I can explain. Like king safety, very important. We have 4 pawns covering our king. Opponent only has 3, and that compensates opponent's center. Like, might be a bit of a stretch, but I think it's explainable to a beginner, and to some extent at least.
Yeah.
If we believe it, it's a different story.
Yeah, I mean, I was only slightly saying this in jest because, yeah, I mean, you are very used to this narrative of like every endgame is now lost and blah blah, which is also
not, by the way.
Exactly, yeah, exactly, which is also untrue. But this is you know, a kind of an idea that we've been sort of brought up with, that let's say the exchange Spanish is not mainline Spanish because, you know, black can find ways to respond to it precisely, but, you know, if pieces continue coming off, white will just eventually win, which is once again not true, but it's kind of a similar situation here with sort of flanks reversed. We have the exact same structure, but with the doubled pawn on the king side instead of the queen side, and it should cost you something to just give up this long-term strategic advantage to your opponent. But yeah, it seems to be absolutely like the understanding is very much shifting towards this is just fine. We don't even need to play concretely. We are fine on a very, very kind of a profound basic level here, despite the fact that our opponent has a majority in the center. And it's yeah, it's interesting to me because it's one of those openings where I kind of refuse to study it. because I mean, yeah, studying, no. So I basically just watch people play it, and I can see that black is fine just judging by strong players failing to get anywhere with white, and like play being very double-edged even in practice very often. And I still can't really wrap my head around exactly why this is happening. It's weird.
Yep. Let's have a look. What else we've got? Rapport. Whoa, this is for Petrov buffs like us. This is a big surprise. D4, knight takes e5, arguably the main move, but d4 we've seen plenty. Knight takes e4, bishop to d3, and here pawn to d5, very much the main move. But Rapport goes knight to c6. Which is not unheard of, and it's very cute. The point being, after bishop e4, d5, black regains the piece. It's just not supposed to be very good. So I'm very, very curious what he has in mind. Because after, let's say, and by let's say, I mean exactly, this sequence, white is just supposed to be better.
I haven't returned to this in ages and ages. Yeah, it was supposed to be playable, and then it kind of disappeared, and I assumed it disappeared for a reason, because, yeah. Normally, this is how theory works. Even if you don't know exactly what the reason is, you can sort of observe the tectonic shifts of fashion and kind of make some conclusions. But we should probably actually put up the MVL Shahriar game because that one is very exciting and also has progressed very, very far, and people are very curious. It's below on our screen.
Rapport just hung a piece. He hung a piece in the middle of the board. You're not excited? D5, double attack, both knights. Oof, knight goes away.
Yeah. Here you are somewhat faking it here, but you will see the position in the MVL Mamadirov game, and you will be able to say all those things unironically.
This wasn't ironic.
Because here, you know, he actually hung a piece, and he's not getting it back either.
Open Spanish, boring. I don't know theory here.
Neither do I. Yeah,
C2?
I'm already
Is
completely
that what they do?
Yeah, I think this has been returning, and I think Anish maybe won a nice game recently in this bishop c2 line somewhere, maybe online, in the first Meltwater. I have a feeling I've seen this, specifically this c3 bishop c2, and then some kind of a quiet development which did not equalize for black. But Shahryar instead goes for something incredibly forcing here. Bishop g4, queen e1, clearly expected because both of them are still above their starting time allocation. So queen e1, apparently bishop takes f3 here is no good. Don't ask me why.
But they're following MVL Giri.
That would explain things.
That would explain the speed. But queen e1, Giri played knight c5, and then here cd, knight e6, and whatever. But short castles, could that be?
Could that be something engines suggest?
Surprise. I'm pretty sure knight c5 is the first engine move. That's what Anish played. But obviously, Mamadirov came prepared.
Yeah, knight d4. Clearly, this is the big idea of playing queen e1, unpinning the knight as early as possible to put it on d4 and then start pushing. And yeah, Shahryar just completely ignores the threat of the fork on with f3. Goes knight takes e5, f3, c5. White does have to go back because the knight needs to retreat before you can cash in your fork. Bishop h4. Seems kind of logical. You are sort of developing your pieces and getting them closer to the action and opening the e-file. Still doesn't save you any material after knight g3. I mean, I can sort of explain all the moves so far, but I have no idea how to assess the resulting position. Yeah, the fork is still very much in place. If black takes on g3 with the knight here, one of the pieces that are hanging now will actually get traded off, but after h takes g3, both of the bishops are hanging, so you're not actually saving any material. And also the knight on e5 is also hanging. Everything is hanging. So Shahryar very calmly, just after knight g3, says, yes, some material is currently on Prix. I'm going to just completely ignore it. Goes rook e8. F takes e. D takes e.
So what do we have? We're a piece down for currently 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Active pieces.
Yeah, very active pieces.
This is hanging.
Yeah, the pawn on e4 is hanging, but if you take with the queen, you have to give up the queen straight away. It still looks, semi-playable, but clearly with the entirety of our queen side still in their starting positions, it's probably not that great. Queen e4, knight f3 check, and let's say, I don't know, gf, rook takes e4, bishop takes e4. But the feeling is that after something like bishop h3 here, yeah, you're probably not going to enjoy this very much with white because of just how undeveloped your other pieces are, despite you actually being materially white is doing very well here. And this is exactly the material balance that Andreikin very easily won with against Grischuk's queen yesterday, but there he had coordination and pieces on good squares and so on. So that would be one option. Bishop takes e4 looks logical, but I suspect black can play f5, right? Or maybe not. Maybe then I can take on a8 and knight f3, bishop f3. So what's the reply here? Maybe it's knight d3 first.
Let's go queen d2. You just take on c1, or
maybe we take on c1. Yeah, I'm trying to calculate and kind of failing. Knight c1, bishop takes a8. I have no idea what's going on. Like, it's just so confusing.
Too many pieces.
Yeah, everything is hanging seemingly, and yeah, the kind of a worrying part here, yeah, bishop g3, queen takes c1, and then some kind of queen h4 or something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know even why I took on c1, but queen takes d8 may not have been very bad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, rook d8, and then some move. Yeah, this might be okay for black. Yeah, this might be okay. So queen c1, and we are a full rook up currently, but black will obviously have some counterplay. Yeah.
I don't know. Rook is a rook.
Rook is definitely a rook, yeah, but
the rook is
Shah has 134. So
no, obviously he knows.
Yeah, so yeah.
So he makes a move of some description, as Peter Svidler would say.
And then queen h4, yeah, something like bishop c7 or yeah. And then
we try to checkmate. This is it.
Yeah, I have no idea. And the kind of a confusing part.
What is going on? Sorry, this is exciting, but is this just being played in every game? Knight c6?
There's two of them. I thought that was
the memo,
game, but then I realized it's the other game actually.
Yeah.
Very confusing.
Because very seriously, d5 has been the main move here for quite some time for a reason. So are people just sitting on some big idea after knight c6? Because yeah, knight takes e5. This is played here by Pretke. Pretke knows his stuff, as we've learned yesterday. This is just supposed to be better for white.
Yeah, but I guess Yu Yang disagrees. Yeah, clearly.
Okay, but Yu Yang probably has engines, as do I.
Fair point.
There must be some big point. I'm very curious to learn about it.
Yeah,
one could be a coincidence, but Yu Yang and Rapport playing this on the same day. Is there like a training connection we're not aware of?
Probably not, but you can never rule anything out.
All right. Exciting developments in the Petrov.
Yeah.
Some of our viewers will be interested to learn that this move order could lead to similar positions.
Yeah.
Once again, knight c6. White does not take. d4. Knight takes e4. Bishop d3. And it's the same position.
Yeah. So you're sort of legitimizing the Stanford, yeah. By
I do like that you don't know the name. We should keep it that way. No, I'm saying it's so horrible that even playing random moves like d4 and bishop d3 will still leave white much better.
They are not very random, though. They are very sort of central, and I can find random moves in those in that position is all I'm saying. Yeah, the tricky thing about this position specifically, and yeah, this is something I say every single time, is if you get here with, as Maxim did, I think above his starting time, why are you thinking here? Is the question.
Been a common theme on all these shows to point out that yeah, sometimes Maxim is not so well prepared in the opening. I'm not sure if this was the case here or if he ran into something, but he's playing a very, very specific line with bishop c2, queen e1. And I would guess he was somewhat surprised by Mamadirov choice.
Yeah, well, I would have expected him to start tanking a bit earlier, but I guess maybe everything up to this point was absolutely and strictly forced. And now there are choices. Apart from taking on e4, which we've discussed briefly, you can make some kind of a waiting move, such as, I don't know, bishop e3, knight g2, any of those things absolutely still exist. But they do allow black to play knight d3, and then black gets kind of long-term compensation with the knight on d3 very, very nicely ensconced.
This might be critical, don't know.
Yeah, queen d2, c5, c4, and just claim that we have, we have a very, very solid octopus on d3, which is going to be very difficult to drive away, and you definitely don't want to be trading it, boy, and improving the black structure even further.
Yeah, how is such a position? I don't know who makes a move before.
I don't know. Could very easily be better for white. I can easily imagine this not equalizing, quote unquote, precisely, but still a good.
Usually, if we play such a line with black, there will be something that computer gives us somewhat better for white, but maybe you can click your way home, or you take a calculated risk. He's not going to find all of this, right? It would be.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's even if this is not strictly speaking equal from a computer point of view, it's very good for one game, might even be good for more than one game, but normally is very good for one game. We'll see. We'll see. So the Petrov that actually has moves, is this actually how it's supposed to go? Because I really don't know any theory here.
Yeah, I think queen f3 is the move endorsed by our computer friends as well. And then get a parry. That mate, knight e6 sort of forced. ED, bishop d6. Now,
yeah, bishop
my
e3.
memory is a little hazy. If you start with bishop e3, maybe you bring the knight out. I mean, the pawn structure is symmetrical, but black was supposed to be under quite a bit of pressure here. I'm not sure about the move order. Anyway, bishop e3 played first.
Yeah, but once again, not only the speed of play, but also specifically this maneuver that Predke has just shown after bishop d7, he very quickly played bishop d5, c6, bishop c4. I think second day running, he just shows that he comes very well prepared and is definitely a force to be reckoned with in the openings at the very least. Definitely out prepared.
Like he is familiar with this line.
Yeah.
Play this so quickly. Bishop d5, c6.
These are not the moves you make randomly. I think it's extremely unlikely you ever make those moves randomly just because you feel like it and spend 3 minutes on them.
Yeah, the idea is to stop bishop c6, obviously. Once again, I would have to.
Yeah, this also doesn't look half bad yet.
But stuff like this, I also didn't think was completely equal. If memory serves, of course, it could be that black makes 5 precise moves and survives, but there was like a certain venom even in boring stuff. But also, as I said, I'm not sure if bishop e3 or knight c3. I'm very curious, but yeah, I'll have to have a closer look. With 2 people playing this, something's happening.
Yeah, and also Shurov does get involved in this. I mean, this is clearly not like remotely on the same scale as the famous Isle of Man incident during the Grand Swiss in 2019 when...
that was also with Shurov, yeah?
Yeah, that was a Shurov game as well, but that was obviously the first 20 moves, not the first 5, so it's too early to talk about this, really, but it was a very, very unusual thing, which, because of how unusual it is, gets remembered, where on 2 adjacent boards in the Grand Swiss, people played the exact same extremely sharp line of the... whatever that line is called. Does it have a name, that 96 b65 line?
I don't know. 4 knights Sicilian?
I guess, yeah. And yeah, but by the time they repeated the first 17-ish moves, I think arbiters just got freaked out so much that they stopped their clock and put them in a different hall. And I think Alexei actually ended up
now taking a little stroll after knight c6 and closely following the Predke Yu Yang Yi game, judging if he thinks white is better there.
But he obviously hasn't gotten up from the board yet, so I don't know. Since we don't have pictures from the playing hall, I don't know if they have a screen with all 8 boards on the screen available to them where they sit. So maybe he's just completely unaware that this is happening. But
that's very possible. Maybe he's just surprised by knight c6 and has either never looked at this or more likely not looked at this for, I don't know,
for a while, yeah.
15, 20 years and is now trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. Professor Brambetti says, is that strictly against the rules or just poor form? It's completely legal and it's not poor form. It was just a coincidence. Nobody was doing that on purpose. It's just like a really, really freak occurrence, which...
Yago is saying it wasn't just Shirov, and I think he's right. The game back then was actually Shirov against Predke. Is that true?
I don't think so. I think he lost to... Let me check, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Hang on.
Yeah,
was it?
No, it was Shirov Yu Yang Yi.
Yeah. And I think Karekin was playing...
Still, the point stands that, once again, it's 2 out of 4 parties involved.
Yeah.
Who was Kayakin playing? I can't recall.
Dreyev, I think, maybe. But yeah, I mean, the most famous incident like that, which actually wasn't a coincidence, was the Staff of Legends, the Soviet Union versus Argentina match of the Chess Olympiad. I want to say 56-ish. Yeah.
What was his line? I can't recall. It was
We'll
bishop
figure it out.
Mamadivov, but how do you get
The
there?
two of us, I think, will figure it out, right? So knight f6, knight c3, e6, bishop g5, e6, f4.
Was this Polyevsky line?
No, that wasn't. No. Because I'm pretty sure it went onto an empty
G5.
square. I think it's like bishop e7, queen f3, h6, bishop h4, g5, fg5, knight fd7, knight e6.
Oh, knight h7?
No, knight fd7. I'm pretty sure it's knight fd7.
Ah, yeah, you're right.
Knight fd7, knight e6, fe, queen h5, check, king f8, bishop b5, right? That's the position.
That was the big move.
Yeah.
Here, I haven't checked this. Let me check with an engine. There was some debate.
I think
saw
it's a
some
draw,
notes saying
right?
Rook h7 exclam, but I haven't seen this for a while.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
so
there were some draws made from this position recently, which were.
Engine says white is better, but maybe if you let it run, it will find equality. 0.70 after Rook h7.
Yeah. But this obviously wasn't a coincidence because the entire Argentinian team thought this was holding, and the Soviets found bishop b5 and thought this was winning. And I think they actually did win all 3 games that reached this position because Olympiads were played on more than 4 boards in those times. But in case of the Yuangi Shirov and Karakin JF, it was just a weird, really weird coincidence.
Was a coincidence, but who was following whom, I don't remember. Or who was playing more quickly or allegedly could have followed whom, I can't recall.
Yeah, it's difficult to figure. I think maybe Alexei, they're also both Alexei, so that doesn't work. I think Shirov was playing slower than JF. I think, like, nobody really was following anybody, but I think Shirov was playing slower than JF, but I wouldn't stake anything on that.
Was Kayakin with white and Shirov with white or not? Ugh. My memory is bad.
Yeah, maybe Shirov against Yuangi and Karakin against JF. Yeah, that's more correct. Yeah, that's what Hex 1000 quoted in the Twitch chat.
There's a question what the idea of bishop b5 is in this position. I'm also not sure. I guess it stops.
I think it stops queen
e6 in some line, queen e8 in some line, maybe after 95.
Yeah, I think the point is, yeah, we're taking away the e8 square from the queen. Yeah, somewhere around here.
For example, just reading out computer lines here. Here, queen e8 seems good for black. So bishop b5. If we do the same,
I guess you lose to rule. Bishop g3 actually. Yeah, it's not even rook f6. Bishop g3 just kind of wins here. Or comes close to winning anyway, because queen e8 is impossible. Yeah.
Very deep.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, Shirov still taking his time to perfect the move.
Yeah. So yeah, some moves in the open, as we've expected. MVL declines to participate in the continued forced variations with any capture on e4, plays a very solid move, bishop e3, which does look very logical, just developing some pieces, blocking the e-pawn. But there will be a very strong knight on d3, so black is definitely not helpless here by any means. And we've not
a term in chess for a strong knight on d3?
Not at all, no. Definitely none I've already used.
You said octopus, no? Is that correct?
Pretty sure it is.
Is a kraken the same as an octopus, or can we use both? I have questions.
Clearly,
because I learned this was called the kraken.
Yeah, I mean
kraken
it's
kraken. It's kraken, right?
Kraken is
at least the kraken.
Yeah, krakens are definitely not a. Yeah, it's
really?
Yeah. My child has recently chided me again for that one misstep I made some years back when I insisted it's octopi. He is still not letting me live this down.
Octopodes or octopuses.
Yeah, exactly. And
you should be on Peter's case, child N.
Also absolutely the right call on the child.
I'm familiar with your case.
Absolutely the right call, yeah.
So Kraken is not an octopus, it's some mythical creature.
It's a giant squid, supposedly, yeah.
Sort of an octopus.
Sort of an octopus, but not quite, yeah, I don't know.
Legendary sea monster of enormous size, said to appear off the coast of Norway.
Really? Specifically off Norway?
That's what it says here.
Was not aware of that. Was not aware of that.
According to the travelogue of Francesco Negri. Who are we not to trust Francesco? Francesco. Anyway, strong horsey here, but black only has one knight, white has two knights. Just saying. Quantity.
Correct, you are, yeah. Wasn't an Olympiad, apparently, yeah. It was, yeah, the neither. I keep on returning to the Neidorf story, but apparently it was Gothenburg and interzonal, which is even kind of weirder than.
It wasn't a team thing, yeah?
Yeah, it was not even a team competition, and they all somehow played it in the same round. Yeah. There are some games we've been completely ignoring so far, which is probably not entirely fair. Like, we haven't spoken about the Sam board.
Oh, sorry, where's Sam?
Yeah.
Here.
There he is.
Let's do theory.
Absolutely, yeah. And today there is once again two Quincy, two Neidorfs. Oh, Neidorfs, what am I talking? Nimzos. And Fedoseev is still flying the flag of not playing d5 move 6, whilst Sasha is very much team let's play a forcing line.
Although he's mixing it a little bit around here. I don't know, the move order is odd to me. He doesn't go DC, Queen C4, B6, as most people do, but he starts with B6.
Well, it did kind of transpose though, right? Because CD5 was not played. I would have suspected the CD5 to be very critical here, right? With the inclusion of Knight of 3b6.
Looks like it, but yeah, Bishop G5 played, DC, Queen C4.
And here you were supposed to play
Usually
Bishop
people go Bishop A6 first.
Yeah, but instead he just goes C5, DC, BC without any of the usual intermezzos. Does look like a healthy pawn you can take. I don't know.
Grischuk with the black pieces here against Sam Shankland. I watched Grischuk's press conference yesterday. I recommend everyone to watch that. I found it very powerful, and I was frankly very, very annoyed. I don't know who the interviewer or who was hosting the press conference, but when he got interrupted during his statement, I thought it was very sad.
Yeah, and knowing Sasha, and I have to say that this was, you could clearly see he sort of meant every word, and it wasn't easy for him.
No. So what's this position? D takes C. B takes C.
Yeah, I have no idea, but I mean, there's always some compensation when you pick up pawns like this, but feels like if you're not taking it here, you really aren't.
Because usually there is even some line where they go Bishop A6, Queen C2, C5, DC, BC. And here, I guess it's risky to take this pawn. But with the bishop on C8, we're sort of a full tempo up.
Yeah.
Then again, you're obviously playing against home cooking. And if you have not looked at this yourself, how much will you enjoy being shown? 7 more moves of computer prep here. Like, you're probably not going to refute this over the board, right?
It's difficult, yeah. It's I wouldn't rate my chances very highly here of even if quote unquote refutation exists, of finding the exact way of getting there. Having said that, Sam is a very, very principled chess player. I think he's been. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried anyway. I don't know.
We did praise him for his prep during most of Vaikansee. And here he's out of the book. So credit to Mr. Grischuk for managing to do that.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it will become, the game will become a lot more defined when Sam makes his next move, because White obviously runs absolutely zero risk if he decides not to take on c5. There's plenty of very sound developing moves you can choose from. But yeah, Queen c5 probably is the principal response here. So those are two very different games sort of available to Sam here to choose from.
What would we do in the chicken chess club? This move we wouldn't even consider. Too dangerous. Try to clarify the situation somehow. Rook d1 comes to mind. Because clearly, if Queen b6 is played,
yeah, this is the chicken chess club special. You still have some
b2 is hanging, so we have to make sure we have a perpetual. Not how Sam is thinking. This is just how I would be thinking. Queen g4, king h8, queen h4, but here queen b2. Can't allow this to happen.
Yeah. Rhinestone is saying that the official FIDE account quickly corrected the video, and the full video without the interruption is still available, which is good. They're doing the right thing there.
Yeah, still. He couldn't finish his statement, which I thought was very sad.
Yeah. I agree.
If we play some developing move, e3, this once again looks a little.
I mean, bishop a6 here really is pushing it. I feel like I will take here.
At some point you'll take, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not taking on a previous move, I should be taking here, I guess. And I don't know, it's still not easy to find a good square, right?
Yeah.
Maybe bishop takes f6, though? Because I want to play queen d4 with the tempo, if possible.
I don't know, maybe even the endgame is clickable?
It is, yeah. But, yeah, actually, yeah, I mean, I've seen positions like this being held, but I still
Sometimes it's just a draw, I'm not sure if this is one of those.
Rook f1, rook f c8, maybe, I guess, because I don't think you want to allow me to castle. I think you probably want to.
Oh, rook f8, you're actually allowed to castle.
I am playing castles very happily there, and yeah, I will probably be better, but yeah, rook f8 does look like it might just hold quite comfortably.
Okay, we're just making random moves, trying to figure out what's going on. Queen c5 probably is the critical test, but it's a little worrying if you don't know what's going to happen. Then again, White's position can't be too bad. No,
specifically, I'm kind of worried about the e65 here. I would play this in a heartbeat if not for the e65 move.
Which
does kind of
we cannot do.
95 queen a5 check appears to be losing the piece. Yeah, take. I go queen take, I suppose. Yeah,
and go some square. Yeah,
I think this position I can very easily imagine being at the very least completely fine for black, maybe even more, because it's only one pawn for such a huge development advantage.
We shall find out. Could also imagine this being better for White by finding some clever moves, but yeah, finding those. And Sam has chosen. Well, our moves are always delayed. Because on the website, he's chosen knight d2. We'll start just looking at the website here. Multi-board. But he has chosen knight d2.
Yeah, I think today there's maybe some slight issues with the the live transmission, but yeah, knight d2 is a kind of a logical move. We are stopping queen a5 checks. We are perhaps in some ideal world, maybe we can create a threat of knight e4 even, which might be annoying in the future. Wouldn't have been my first choice, but it's definitely one of the moves you you look at in these structures, because stops some counterplay, does prepare something that could be useful later. And even positionally, eventually, if the queen gets driven away from the c4 square, the knight might actually end up there in the future, which is a good square for the knight.
It's nondescript, though, is it?
It is, yeah.
Point, even if I go here, what you want?
Want is a strong word. I mean, queen h1, knight bd7 is completely empty, right? It just doesn't do anything. Yeah.
Maybe this transposes after queen c2.
Yeah, queen c2. I could still maybe try taking on c5 and playing queen d4.
Can this be a better version with knight d2, bishop a6?
I don't know. Yeah, knight d2. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed. Like here, I want to play bishop takes f6 and claim that I've.
Oh, now you're saying d7 is hanging.
Actually, knight f6 is just still completely playable, right? There's going to be plenty of counterplay here. Yeah, like takes e3, you take on f1, you go rook ac8. Just way too active for black to be in any danger, I would suspect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, weird. And on the other side of the let's play the very, very forcing Nimzo lines divide, there is Vladimir Fedoseev, who is still playing it in the most non-forced way possible today against Vidit, the leader of their group. Or should I say pool? Yeah. And compared to yesterday, I think Rupert played.
Fedoseev really is gonna just dig in here and say, "I will play b6 in this position. I will play it very weirdly, and that's how I will handle things."
Yeah, that appears to be the hill, a very clearly defined hill here. Yeah, I think Rupert played e3 and Vladimir played an extremely weird sequence of rook e8 and then d6, knight bd7. And
yeah, h6, rook e8, d6.
Yeah.
Vidit probably took notice.
Yeah, you would expect.
Thought, you know what, we will play this line and not d5. Let's play good old queen c2 Nimzo and play f3 here. Check how booked up you are in the other lines. This is this stuff normally, no? Like ct.
Yeah, this used to be the thing. Yeah, bishop h4, knight d5, bishop f2, f5, and
f5 or c5.
And yeah, we're off to the races.
Kramnik, Kasparov. Good old days. f5 is also very legal. But they did guess correctly. This is not what Fedoseev has in mind. He's willing to play this position, which is also known, but has been considered somewhat better for white, at least since I last checked in 1994.
Yeah,
so it's surprising.
It's been a while. And honestly, like the position he actually got looks very sus. But maybe it's not that bad. I just feel that if you let white develop normally and nothing happens, you're just going to be strategically in a very tough spot. But knight bd7, I'm guessing if knight e2, he plans to go h6. And if you play bishop h4, there are probably some knight e4 shenanigans being planned, because otherwise I think you're running very, very severe risks otherwise.
Something even this like this, you could argue if this is still PC or knight takes. I'm not sure if there's still a little something, but it's not.
Yeah, I'm taking white, but yeah,
sure.
Lots of pieces have come off, and I guess you're not feeling all that threatened. But it's definitely a tiny bit better for white at least. But if you don't do that, if let's say instead of knight e4 you played queen e7 and white got to play bishop f2 and then castles knight g3, bishop c2 and so on, you just kind of get mated on the king side very, very quickly.
I've seen, I'm not sure if here, but people play some queen e7.
Queen e7 first, maybe.
Play h6 next first to avoid this bishop coming to f2.
Yeah, that does make sense. But also knight e2 is completely unforced. I'm wondering if maybe knight h3 is somehow a better choice. I don't know what that stops. Like the same counterplay with h6, knight e4 is still going to be available. So I'm not sure exactly what is being achieved by this. Yeah. And you have to wonder if he's actually kind of completely ad-libbing all of this stuff. Felt like he was very much on his own yesterday against Rapport, and doing it for 2 days in a row, just playing bishop g5, b6, sorry, queen c3, b6, and saying, okay, I mean, it's a position, I will make moves in it. It's a bit hardcore, but having said that, it is Vladimir Fedoseev who definitely does these things every now and again.
He also got away with it yesterday. And I'm not sure if that statement is true, but I guess it is. He's still, even though he's been a very, very strong player for many years now, he's not a super tournament regular. So probably he also hasn't really felt the need to have sort of tight super tournament repertoire, right? While the lines he's playing, they will win him games against slightly weaker opposition. I'm not sure what is.
I think that's a fair description, yeah. And when he's playing well, he is an absolutely, an extremely dangerous player. He can beat absolutely anybody on his day. But he's also had some blow-ups, and generally one of the more volatile 2700s. You can watch these days. Shirov, after protracted thought, went for something which I assume will just be.
This is supposed to be nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
also an old line, 95, bishop takes e4. But here this endgame was not supposed to be anything, as far as I know.
Yeah, I think there have been some recent-ish games again here, and I'm like, there's this line I remember vaguely, which goes like bishop g5 check, king e8, long castles. I think this is the only way to really play for anything here at all. Bishop g4, rook d4, bishop c3, b takes, and now I think they go h6, right? Rook e4, bishop h3 or something.
Oh, Shirov knows his move.
Yeah, not from this position specifically, but he definitely does know about bishop h3 being a move. I have a feeling this is some kind of old theory. I kind of vaguely recollect this being a draw.
Is this a good pawn structure for white, or are there weaknesses?
It's excellent.
You don't see this very often.
Yeah, this is why it's excellent. It's because it's rare. There's definitely a scarcity of these types of pawn structures in world chess today. So you can probably mint it, and it's going to be very valuable.
Wow. Is there biting social satire mixed into your commentary?
Very biting. Or maybe bishop f5 first and then bishop h3. Actually, I can't remember. Anyway.
Yeah, this not supposed to be the critical line. Clearly, Shirov was surprised. At least we don't have we have to move the boards around situation, because he's not following the Pretsky game where d takes e5 was played, where Pretsky clearly wasn't surprised by it. Another question if Pretsky has anything here, but he played very quickly.
Yeah, and Ewing actually paused for quite a bit after bishop c4 and eventually made a very natural move in short castles. And I guess the choice here is between knight c3 and knight g2. We're definitely not castling short ourselves with white here, because that would lose to queen h4. That would be unfortunate. So I think we're planning to castle queenside as much as it's feasible, but choosing a square for this knight is an important.
I can knight c3b.
Yeah, I'm very much
rook to c stuff.
Yeah, the default setting here has to be knight c3, but I'm guessing maybe bishop b4 is something you have to at least consider how unhappy you are with this, because you probably are allowing the doubling of the c pawns, right?
Now we go here.
Yeah, probably now we go here, and we are quite happy with our two bishops against bishop and knight if black does take. And having gone bishop before, you probably do take, because otherwise you've just wasted the tempo and nothing whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, probably playable for black, but I'm taking white here every day of the week, or any day of the weekend. And yeah, 92 is also playable, but probably unnecessary.
Let's check back in with MVL Mamadirov, where
I briefly
Kraken got taken.
Yeah, Kraken got destroyed straight away. Yeah, was released and then immediately.
Is it even a Kraken if it can just be taken by a bishop and it's gone?
Maybe bishops were always a very underrated Kraken hunting tool. I think, if the crew of whatever that boat was, they did not have bishops on it, right? They only had pirates. So they struggled. And why do I not remember the name of the boat? Or ship, or
Focus, Peter.
Yeah, exactly. But they definitely did not have any bishops. And that is why the Kraken did unspeakable things to them. The Black Pearl, yeah. The Black Pearl. That's the one.
Pearl, isn't that Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yes.
I'm looking up historical events here with Kraken versus boat fights, and you're referencing freaking Jack Sparrow.
I mean, I'm not as highbrow as you are. What can I say?
Seems like there might never have been a real Kraken versus boat fight. But now I'm on some website that is asking me if I'm 18 or older before proceeding while doing Kraken research. I'm not sure. Something went wrong here.
Yeah. Abandoned ship.
That's probably what the Black Pearl crew said. Queen f2.
Yeah.
Attacking the pawn.
Attacking the pawn, you probably don't ignore it, but not because the pawn is that valuable in and of itself, but because the move I would be advocating as a move to ignore the threat would be c5, c4, and then queen f7, bishop d4 is very painful. So I guess we don't do that. This much I'm pretty sure of. That doesn't look right. We can play, f pawn somewhere like f6 and f5 are moves. Rook a7, bishop c5, rook d7 maybe is something. Just a simple move like queen d7 might be something.
Must cover pawn.
Must cover pawn, indeed, yeah. And also Shach is finally thinking, which we've talked about it ad nauseum in years gone by, but it's both a good thing and a bad thing from MVL's point of view. And since we did briefly have an engine on the screen after knight bishop e3, knight d3, I will say that seemingly at whatever depth it was, the engine very much preferred starting with queen d2 and not
taking the Kraken.
Yeah, not taking the Kraken straight away, but yeah, understandable decision by MVL. If he doesn't see how this is refuted, just kind of settling the question once and for all, preparing knight d2, rook e1, just preparing to stabilize. Seems like a very kind of a logical human decision.
All right. Mamadirov will think about his options. f6, f5, queen d7. And we will check in once he's decided. I don't like these new Giri Italians. I'm sure it's all very topical and interesting, and the computer will give him a slight edge. But Anish, all these moves are so ugly. b3, queen d2.
I will hear no words spoken against b3 specifically.
Why?
I think I played this myself. It's not that stupid.
I'm not saying it's stupid. I'm saying it's ugly.
Oh, fair, yeah. That actually is what
Wow.
he said. Yeah.
Can't believe that to you these are the same thing. So please explain. B3. Why?
Yeah, it's a kind of a newfangled way of playing all these types of positions where black goes bishop b6, and the idea is we don't really like opening the f file. In particular, I think in lines where black has played a7, a5. So I think b3 goes very well, sort of very much together, specifically with those positions.
This is important. Taking here doesn't make so much sense after a5. We don't get to grab this space. And yeah, it's nothing really. So usually bishop b5 has been the default reply to this bishop e6 idea. And now?
Yeah, and the point of b3 is we don't like bishop takes e6 for reasons stated by Jan. Bishop b5, there's heavy theory, and I think, I mean, it's a logical move, but currently I think black stands quite well. The understanding supposedly is that black is fine if they know what they're doing. And you don't want to allow bishop takes c4 as it stands with the pawn on b2, because d takes c4 is not really great, and knight takes c4 is just very equal. So you make this move and just keep the pressure in terms of allowing the trade on your terms, because bishop takes c4, b takes c4 is supposedly a big improvement for white, bringing more pieces towards the center, more pawns towards the center, exerting further control over the center if that trade happens. Also semi-opens the b file, so you instantly have some things to do on the queen side. Black often, like I've seen one or two games where, you know, this kind of bait was actually taken and black did take on c4, but that's extremely rare. I don't think anybody reacts this way. And d6 d5 is very much how people react to b3, because it's a very natural thing to do with the pawn on c3 being weakened by previous play.
94, bishop b6.
Yeah.
Queen d2.
Yeah,
Another
queen
ugly
d2.
move. Have you played this yourself too? I don't want to.
No, and apparently I haven't actually played b3 in this specific position.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Huh.
Yeah, I did play it somewhere, but maybe on move 1 or something. I don't know. Pretty sure I played.
Did play b3 in this very position is Jordan van Foreest repeatedly.
Twice.
It's a Jordan thing.
At least twice. Yeah, with mixed results. Yeah, queen d2 is a very weird looking move, but I guess, you know, on the surface level, you just explain it by pawn c3 hanging. Do not like pawn c3 hanging, so I defend pawn c3. Seems a bit simplistic, though.
Come on, Anish. Why not queen c2? Is this a transmission error? A mouse slip?
Yeah, I'm not sure why this square is better than any other square.
Let the bishop breathe.
Like a fine wine.
Well.
Uncork it and let it breathe. Yeah, I'm not sure what we want out of this position. Like, even if black makes some kind of a normal, I mean, f7, f5 really begs to be played here. But even if let's say we go rook e8, what's
e8.
What's the big idea?
Yeah.
Bishop b5 maybe, but I can, you know, bishop d7 is definitely playable, but I can also probably just ignore it, play something like f6 or. Just want to continue developing normally and sort of ask the question what the plan is with the queen on d2. Yeah, maybe he wants bishop a3, knight c5 or something, says Smokecraft. It does look likely that some c5 related plans are being put in place. Maybe bishop a3, bishop c5 actually in some positions. I don't know.
Even if all this happens, like this, I'm not that concerned about taking.
Yeah, that particular trade is not very threatening. Yeah, I
was coming thrilled actually.
Yeah.
I don't know. Very deep stuff. And usually Anish knows exactly what he's doing. And he's also obviously looking for ways that don't look supernatural and maybe aren't the first computer line to keep his opponents guessing. He's blitzing. He will have all of this studied. It does look weird.
Yeah. Ostanoveva says queen c2 allows queen d7, so queen d2. That really doesn't give us very much info, but I guess what we can deduce from this, maybe here we can play bishop b5 or something, and we don't have to worry about knight cb4.
Yeah, that
clever little tactic, or
could be.
That would be my possible explanation for what we're being told.
So here I must go here.
Yeah, I still don't understand why bishop b5 is so earth-shattering. Yeah, I think c4, c5 is not going to be that great, so I'm not really all that worried about allowing it, because it just destroys the white position so much that I can tolerate the bishop on a7 for a bit. Yeah, not sure.
Deep stuff by Mr. Giri.
Yeah, there's a very, very specific question for you, Jan, in the Twitch chat. I don't know what the backstory there is, but I would very much like to know the answer.
This one question directed toward Jan. If in your hypothetical future, Manuel Neuer faced Magnus Carlsen, I'm not sure here, we would have to Google it, but I believe it's Carlsen for the World Chess Championship. Would you refuse to help Magnus Carlsen? You don't know what the backstory to that question is, Peter?
No.
Like, Manuel Neuer is German?
Yes. This might be it out. There was a goalkeeper called Neuer, right?
Yeah, no, it has nothing to do with Manuel Neuer. He is asking if I would refuse to work against a countryman in the World Championship match.
No, I thought maybe
I would crush Neuer.
I thought maybe it's actually the goalkeeper. Maybe you coached him at chess, or
never met the man. Was not happy when he left Schalke to go to Bavaria. We did not forget.
Okay. I thought there was a weird football angle I was missing, and I was very much.
I don't know stuff about football.
Yeah, same here.
Gukeli is saying, Jan, if you face Magnus in World Championship match, would you still help Magnus? Magnus would not need any help if you face me in World Championship match.
Yep.
What is happening? Kretke is still thinking.
And I'm happily nodding to that statement because I'm very much including myself in the subset of people who that answer applies to. That wasn't me very happily nodding at the slide at Jan's chess skills.
Mr. Mamadirov also taking his time here.
Yeah, he clearly got somewhat surprised by the choice. So now, the assumption, as usual, the talk. Let's give the talk. The assumption is he now knows that his position is fine, but he doesn't know why. So it's a kind of a safe point to start calculating from, but you still have to be precise here because obviously Europe is down. So you probably can't just make any random move here.
Yeah. Also, he's probably calculating lines beyond must cover f-pawn. I don't know. f5. I'm sure there's a lot to think about. And yeah, it's very understandable. He takes his time here. When Maxime made some non-first line choices, yeah, the usual, as you hinted on earlier, it also takes his opponent out of book. We haven't really talked at all about Macro and Drakin.
Yeah,
let's keep it that way.
Actually, even mentioned it once, yeah, which is
some slow Spanish. The what's this called? The improved Steinitz, the delayed Steinitz, the Stone Steinitz. What's the name of this line?
Enhanced, maybe?
Enhanced? Nah, that sounds wrong.
Neo Steinitz, apparently.
Nah, also sounds wrong. I don't accept any of these answers. Neo Steinitz? I thought Anderson was new, not Steinitz. Anyway, this is a slowish line. Bishop d7, c3, g6. And frankly, I'm not up to date what the latest attempts are here. I know rook e1 is a move. I know bishop g5 is a move. I know d takes e5 is a move. Somewhat surprisingly, I think black is supposed to be okay after d5, which would be, to my chess understanding, the most logical choice. You go for some type of
King's Indian
structure without the light squared bishops. But I think they stopped doing this. I'm not sure. It might be 8 or 97 here.
Yeah, this is no longer tried very much. Yeah. There was a question in chat why Andreikin actually wasted 2 tempi to put the queen from d8 to f8. I think the answer is you sort of want to connect the rooks, as you are seeing on your screen now. The rook is now on d8. But also, I suspect if black is given the opportunity, black probably wouldn't mind playing bishop g7, h6, and trading the dark square bishops off, which is why Etienne played bishop g5 provoking h6, or at least one of the reasons why Etienne played bishop g5 provoking h6, and that plan kind of disappeared because a pawn occupies that square. And we do get the kind of a King's Indian type position on the board. Andreikin, to my memory, is not a King's Indian player. Like a pure King's Indian is not part of his everyday repertoire. And Etienne played a lot of the King's Indian on the white side. He's, I think, one of the more prolific bayonet players of recent years. So, in terms of familiarity with the structure, I'm pretty sure Etienne is quite happy with how things are going, but the position might be fine for black.
In order to play table tennis, he had to bayonet.
Is he much of a table tennis player?
I'm sure he is.
And apparently the word we're looking for is deferred Steinitz, which is...
Hang on. I was going to go through the given answers first. Morpheus Steinitz is wrong. Drunk Steinitz very wrong. Steinitz deferred, that's actually correct. Frank and Steinitz, yeah, we've had that joke on an earlier program. Excellent. Nichter Steinitz, not bad. Decelerated Steinitz, no. Modern Steinitz is the actual answer. No, deferred was the actual answer. Steinitz Uncorked edition is wrong, but I kind of like it.
Yeah, uncorked, unplugged.
Bursuk keeps asking, how can I say until I'm a premium user? You're a premium user. You have the little crown, Bursuk. Don't worry about it. What other Frozen Steinitz? I'll accept it. As someone who's watched the movie Frozen around 80 times during the last 2 years of pandemic, my homeschooling program for my daughter is basically Frozen 1, Frozen 2, lunch, Frozen 1, Frozen 2.
Is it frozen lunch or actual?
Usually lunch is also. It's frozen and microwaved. So yeah.
Yeah.
I know a lot about the stones from Frozen, who are relationship experts. So yeah, I'll accept that. What's going on here?
I have no idea. He played a 5. MVL declined to take any of the things on offer, and by any of the things on offer, I mean specifically the pawn on c5. Nothing else is on offer. I'm guessing, yeah, but queen d4. I mean, it's a question, but I guess just rook takes b2 or something, and we've activated the rook for no particular reason.
Can we take d2? Or is that
that, yeah, maybe it
much?
Allows the d pawn to queen. So MVL very understandably declines to join the festivities there, develops the knight, and Shankland. So yeah.
Ooh.
I am very tempted by the idea of returning some material here to take the pawn on c5 off the board. seems very attractive to me, but maybe it doesn't work tactically. Like bishop c5, bishop f1, and then take on f1 with maybe the d knight is what I'm currently looking at. Takes, and just to move it away from the rook e2 counterplay so that I can play, let's say, rook e2 queen f5 here.
A lot of people in chat, they want to watch Frozen tonight. They're very worried about me potentially spoiling this 2013 movie. Don't worry, I did not give away all that much. But keep an eye on... No. It's so tempting. No. Your Frozen secrets are safe with me.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Andrew Barr says white is better here. This looks logical, doesn't
It does look very logical, yeah. Just destroying because eventually that pawn will be on c4 if you don't do this, and then the entire construction will be so much more difficult to take apart. Obviously, there is some calculations involved, because if black can find a good position to go rook e2, rook takes b2 in, black will be fine. But looks at least like something I would be considering here.
I don't know if there was anything better, but it feels like weaving the construction just quote unquote to win back in exchange. It's not a very satisfactory solution for.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by this decision by Shah, but yeah, specifically, why do we have to play bishop p2 straight away? Like, why couldn't we play c5, c4, and then play bishop p2 later?
We will never know. Horsey?
Yeah. Horsey actually does stop bishop b2, yeah. And there's my favorite kind of game going on in the Twitch chat where people are providing wrong definitions for words. So there's now a chain of people wrongly describing what Frozen is. And yeah. I just wanted to say I see you and I appreciate you guys.
What is Frozen? Maybe you could set the record straight.
No. Yeah, this one is just gone. Yeah, Alexei, after some
not much of a game.
Yeah, Alexei declined to
engage
in anything. And yeah, if you don't play bishop g5 check there, you're not really even pretending to fight for any kind of an advantage. So yeah, this one will be drawn very, very soon.
I do have to agree with you. It very much sounds like Peter's never seen Frozen, so he just wouldn't know what it's about. Not unlike the poker debate we had earlier.
The what debate?
The poker book debate.
Ah, yeah.
It wasn't much of a debate.
It wasn't really a debate. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Uber facts. Uber facts is one of my favorite follows. And yeah, Fedoseev, true to Fedoseev style, does play h6 and then after bishop h4 just says nah, slightly worse endgame, nowhere near what I'm interested in.
Let's move the bishop again.
Yeah, let's just make another random move here and continue playing. It's not that random. I mean, you're kind of stopping white from castling, and doing it now when the bishop isn't on f2 yet means that knight g3 allows g5, which probably doesn't work right now, even though black has made so many unnecessary moves by this point that I'm kind of curious if I can maybe go knight g3, g5, knight f5, gh, and then something. But I assume that's a little bit too much.
Yeah. Takes is asking for trouble. Not going to be able to do it. Queen c6, rook e3, also not happening, or rook c8 first. So we must be humble. Go here and castle.
Or we could just go bishop f2, right? We could go bishop f2. Bishop e2.
We're not concerned about bishop e2, I'm guessing. And
not that much. I mean, it's Rook hd1, king f1, rook ac1. Like, why would I be that unhappy about it? Having said that, like if black goes, I don't know, c5 or rook ac8 and then c5, I still don't know how I'm castling. So
Yeah.
I would like to play knight g3, but not if it means I will have to play with the king stuck on e1 for the rest of the game. Yeah, when the bishop on a6 is already quite active. So maybe bishop a6 is actually a much more sensible move that we gave it credit for originally.
Anything wrong with this, though?
Wrong, no, but c5?
Castle.
A c5 bishop takes f6, though, right?
At least your structure.
Yeah, we're either giving up a lot of
this.
material here or completely ruining our GF. Yeah, we're not discussing this position seriously.
It's too much. Right, somewhere.
Way too ugly for us to talk about this early into the show. Bishop d1. Vidit goes kind of hardcore into defending against those threats.
Chad, please stop talking about super system and talk about something where Peter has any clue what you could potentially be talking about.
I should actually just take it off the shelf and show it to the chat now. Right? It's that still doesn't prove I've read it, obviously, but
It also sounds like a bluff.
You know why it's a bluff? Because I don't know which shelf it's on, and I have like
Excuses.
25 shelves.
Of course, you have too many books. That's why you can't show us any books.
Yeah.
Very believable.
Extremely believable, yes. Nothing unbelievable about it at all. And yeah, this game, Ostanueva was saying something along these lines about Queen d7 after Queen d2, and Nikita actually played, like Nikita is currently playing the line Ostanueva was claiming is not good for black, and Nikita is playing it a tempo down, which doesn't really bode all that well, I would say.
Why would the queen go to c8? I don't understand anything. Like, why not, connect rooks?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, way too subtle for me.
Yeah.
Like g3?
Also, I mean, I mentioned that 5 is by far the most obvious move in the position, and then we never discussed it again. But I would like to know why we're not playing f5 here. Is there any specific reason for us not to be making the move that kind of...
1337 triple brings up an excellent question. Does Peter have many leather-bound books? Does his apartment smell of rich mahogany?
No.
The answer to both of these questions, I'm sure, is yes. Or, as I like to say, the coyote of the desert always prey upon the heart of the children. I can't do it anymore. Let's stay classy.
Yes. Yeah, this looks very dangerous for Nikita now, because he takes d4 always kind of allows a lot of pressure along the e file, and currently I think he is still reasonably well positioned to meet d takes e5 because the f file gets opened eventually, but rook ad1 is logical.
D takes e5 is risky, opening this bishop.
Yeah, exactly. Like knight takes e5, knight takes e5, fe, and f2 is hanging, and it does look like we've kind of opened the position up specifically for black to enjoy more than the other.
Experience this black attack here 50% of the time. It works every time.
Yeah, you can still blunt it quite efficiently by knight e4 bishop c5, but I suspect we're selling it short here by making this straight away. Yeah, rook ad1 looks very logical. I don't know if ed4 is unplayable though. Maybe you can actually bite the bullet here and go ed and say you actually don't have any tactics which work all that well. So I can do this. Rook
e4. Well,
yeah.
Can either of you guys make one normal move? Like,
no.
We might just, switch to a different game if this keeps happening.
Yeah. And this is a kind of a move which like, I don't think anybody really looks at queen c8 followed by queen d7, but it must have been something that Anish was aware of, sometimes happening in these lines, because I don't think you even like consider this if you don't know this is an option.
It's odd. I'm sure you could explain it with human words, like if they ED, the other rook could go to e1 or whatnot, but it's weird.
Yeah, it's a strange move to think of. I guess, yeah, you want to double on the e file, and you want to do it in a way that knight f4, like if you go rook e2, you present the target for knight f4. So by playing rook e4, you make sure that doesn't happen. Even though, like, you can continue that variation. I had briefly had some fun ideas there, but. And
rook e2, knight f4?
Yeah, I thought queen takes f4 might be interesting, but bishop takes c4 actually wins material. That's annoying.
Yeah. So what is going on? Rook e4.
Yeah,
you take.
I think maybe if you take on d4, I might be tempted to go rook a1 first. Because I think d takes c3, queen somewhere might be too much. Like queen d1 or something. The pressure along the e file and the c4 g8 diagonal might be hard to.
Pressure.
Yeah, but maybe 95 force. 95 might still work, yeah. Maybe I'm being overexcited. So ED, CD, and then we go rook e1 next move, and we continue.
The construction's a little flawed. No, it's rook on f7, taking the square from the bishop, not connecting the rooks. So it could be bad.
Yeah.
Rook e4 is just a weird move as well.
Yeah, black. The issue for black here is that because the pawn on e5 was hanging, he was forced to play rook f7 instead of rook f8. The same position in which black gets to play rook f8 and bishop f7 is probably just instantly completely fine for black. Like if we go rook f8 and white goes rook e4 anyway, just to illustrate, ed4, cd4, bishop f7, pretty much instantly fine for black.
Thrilled.
Yeah.
Unless we get checkmated, but in general,
yeah, unless we get checkmated, but structurally you no longer have a single issue. But with the rook on f7 being very much out of place, yeah, the bishop on e6 has no way to, well, get out from.
We should report our first results. Shirov rapport draw. Nothing much happened there. And yeah, apparently Vityugov is still in trouble here, or maybe because of odd-looking move rook e4. Can we do something else? How big a threat do you have? I go here.
I think it's not. I think we take on e6 maybe.
Queen e6, queen f4.
Yeah, queen e6, queen f4 is bad, and knight e6, d5 might actually win material. As far as I could ascertain. Knight g5 though? Maybe not. Yeah, maybe knight g5 still saves it.
Cute. Seems to work.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a statement saying
Go on.
that Shankland Grischuk looks like the most standard game of the day. Let's have a look if that could be.
Yeah, they aren't really playing each other, but apart from that,
They are.
oh, they are. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Why did I?
Doesn't look that standard, does it? Like
Not
white
that.
forfeiting the right to castle, black having this pawn. Like students of Queen C2 castles Nimzo might have seen such structures before. That doesn't look that standard. What's the most standard? No judgment here, just the most familiar looking position. To me, probably this, because it's a very standard King's Indian looking structure, but also the pieces aren't where they usually are. Queen on f8, rook on e8.
Yeah, it's
I don't know. There's a fair point. There's no super standard looking game. Should call Jesus. This one?
no,
Not
not
that
really.
standard.
Not anymore, yeah. And yeah, we haven't talked about this. Yeah, he did choose knight d2 over knight c3, and Yuangi doing sort of a logical thing here by playing b5 a5, sort of heavily disincentivizing casting queenside here by preparing a push. I would play a4 and just castle kingside now, I guess, but maybe there is a way to fight against that as well, like queen h4, g3, queen somewhere. I don't know. Knight c5 maybe here. Actually, somewhat weird position considering it's you know, a somewhat symmetrical Petrov that normally doesn't result in weird positions. MVL declines to give away any of his hard girl.
Wow, he didn't take on c5?
You know, didn't take on c5, just goes rook e1 here, says, I'm in no hurry. I guess his point is c4 knight f3 still, right? Your idea of getting the horsey to better squares still holds true.
To me, that's amazing. Okay, enough of this messing around. Schach. Let's go g5. Allez.
Allez. Yeah. Knight f3.
Allez.
Bishop c5.
I didn't think this through.
Neither have I, but let's think through it together.
Oof. Allez, allez. Takes. Now, do we have a good move? d2.
If all else fails, even knight takes d2, I think gives white a large advantage, right? This did
Well,
not...
this is the end of my little expedition. I still don't believe it. Bishop c5. We don't have a good move here. d2.
Yeah, knight d2 anyway, yeah.
Can't stop this, apparently.
I'm just gonna take it whenever it appears there, and yeah, go from there. Very curious if this actually works out for MVL, because this wasn't supposed to be anything much.
And apparently he played no.
Okay, so the thing I did just now, that apparently loses.
Which thing?
Bishop c5 and 4 knight f3. I became curious, so I looked it up.
Oh, sorry, g5, bishop c5.
Yeah. Knight f3, queen c7.
Oh, more power to you.
Yeah, well, more power.
That's computer on you.
Yeah. It seemed critical, so I wanted to ask, and yeah, g5 apparently is very, very playable. My reply to it isn't, though. You're supposed to do something else. Queen c7, knight h4. Knight h4, just fg, hg, gh, and black is somehow
queen at bay and the
better.
d pawn. Yeah.
I guess, yeah, it's something along those lines. Yeah, the engine really hates this for white. Yeah, good luck finding
Queen c7. But yeah, cool move.
Yeah.
The point is that I don't even know. Here, there's no queen g3.
Yeah, you are stopping queen g3 because queen c5.
Cover this, yeah.
Yeah, looks frankly very, very, very unfindable, but
that looks unfindable. But pushing g5 f4 feels critical, no? As long as
yeah, it does feel
consolidates like
very thematic.
Be happy.
Idea here. Yeah, there might be other options as well, but this does seem like it's.
So what does Compy Boy say after?
I think it goes queen takes f5 and says draw. I did not have enough time to figure out why it's a draw, but
Queen takes what? Queen f5?
yeah, queen f5, rook a3, and then something.
Okay.
Queen c5, maybe,
back.
or knight d4 or whatever. Yeah.
Miss Celeste is saying Jan has been infected by FRES many a time, actually. We had this training camp before the World Championship in Lithuania, where I arrived with a slight running nose, but Laurent arrived even sicker, and everyone was just sick for 2 weeks. And of course, there was a lot of mutual finger pointing who got everybody else sick, but it was Laurent.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
What happened here? Queen e7, he went bishop f2, c5, queen d2. Oh, he started with bishop d1.
Yeah, he started with bishop d1 and
Uses this bishop to cover knight, preparing castles.
still preparing castles and suddenly taking a move off from preparing castles to play queen d2. I wonder what was so wrong with castles that will be improved by having the queen on d2 next move. Like if I go rook c8 here, are we actually planning to play like, I don't know, knight c3 or knight g3 and play with the king on e1? I feel that's very unlikely because you get mated, I think. So what's the point?
Probably don't want that.
Yeah, so if you castle here, I assume I play cd4 anyway, so we could have had this position with the rook on a8. I'm slightly confused. Yeah, maybe he wants ed4 here? That would be one way to explain it. Bishop b2, rook e1. But that tactic still works with good on c3. I don't know.
Yeah, that has to be the point, though.
Do we really dislike queen takes d4? Like, I mean, it looks weird, but is it that? I guess it is kind of bad after knight c5, right? There's so many threats suddenly.
What else is happening? Have Jan or Peter ever tested positive for COVID? I haven't tested positive. I had the feeling I had it in January. First of all, everybody seemed to have had it, like, of course, anecdotal evidence. And yeah, I was coughing more than usual. If you guys saw the World Rapid and Blitz in the early days of our FIDE coverage, yeah, late December, early January.
Yeah.
I felt like I had a somewhat more serious winter flu, but all my rapid tests were negative and I didn't feel sick enough to do a PCR test, but I don't know. I've never tested positive, but I felt
I had alpha and what I assume was Omicron.
Wow. No Delta.
I think I kind of missed Delta, yeah, somehow. Judging by times, I mean, January 2021 was probably still alpha in Russia, and January this year, the entire world is doing Omicron, so. Yeah, this version is very confusing. Gotta catch them all, says Zig, so yeah. But I already missed one, which I'm probably going to miss from the collection by this point. Like, I don't think Delta is very likely to suddenly.
Oh, please don't jinx a delta comeback. We don't want that.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't touched this in a while, and it became very weird very quickly. Actually, the Caro, because so far so good, and then after bishop b6, I'm in just essayed f4, f5, which I have seen them do, but it feels very kind of weakening in general. Like it gives squares to the black pieces.
This happens a lot in my blitz games, where I expertly play this line without any knowledge, and sometimes it's annoying because you give squares, but you also take squares. If the pawn comes here, my bishop has to go back. Then the horsey can also get stuck. So it's ambitious, but interesting.
Yeah. And he took on c5, I guess, to ensure he has a d4 square for the knight. And bishop c6 by Harry here might look a bit odd, but I think he just basically, he wants the d7 square for the knight. As Jan pointed out, like g5 would have been interesting, but I think it very often just gets locked out by h3, h4. So he wants 97, 95, which is a very, very good square for that piece, obviously. Amin played before bishop b6, queen b6, and now he is thinking.
King h1. Can we go 97, or does one of our pieces get captured? Probably we can, no?
I think we can, yeah. b5, bishop d5 seems fine. And I don't think we care about trading the bishop on 6 for a knight.
All these squares now.
Yeah.
BC.
Even BC, but even whatever capture we choose. Like, my instinct is, if anyone is better in these types of structures with the pawn on f5. With the pawn on f2, I'm very happy with white. With the pawn on f5, I think I probably start feeling like I need to make sure I'm not worse. By probably, trying to get all the rooks off the board as fast as possible so I don't get mated. And black probably doesn't need to play along, Like queen c6, rook e8, rook e8, rook e1, I'm definitely not trading the second pair of rooks there.
This looks fine for black.
Yeah, just looks very nice for Harry, and if he manages to turn the tables here and win, that will be obviously a very, very good recovery after the kind of the horrible accident yesterday where he just made basically one mistake in a game, and that was enough to put it beyond recovery.
Yep. Anish doing b-pawn things again. A4, b4. Does this inclusion help black? Of course, the bishop is temporarily shut out, but could come back to grip over the square strength.
Yeah.
Not sure I like it.
It's a very strange looking position. It's just very, very difficult to get your bearings properly. You can still play knight f4, I assume. The same tactic with knight g5 in the end works, but maybe it's like we take on e6, we go, let's say d5, knight g5, we take on g5, we go rook d1. And we try to force you to move the knight away from the c6 square and then play c3, c4. Yeah. I don't like this knight landing on d4, but as soon as it leaves, I would like to play c4, c5. It's a really strange structure. Like if this bishop on b6 was on some kind of a normal square, I probably would be quite happy with black, but it's going to get pushed away. Knight f4 played in the meantime, so we're actually kind of likely to see, I think, a version of that. Maybe not exactly that position, but something related to what we've just discussed. I don't think you can not take on e6. I think, moving the bishop back and allowing bishop d5 is kind of unthinkable. So the question becomes, after bishop e6, knight e6, is there a way not to play d4, d5? And also, do we want not to play d4, d5? Like takes, rook a, e1. Is this better or worse? I have a feeling it's probably worse.
Why not? clarify the situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Of
Yeah.
course, it's like, and we have an edge at the end of the line, which very much looked like why play a nondescript move.
Mm. Yeah, black could continue passing here, right? Like rook d8, not passing, but rook d8 specifically.
Yeah, that's what I was trying, but does it change anything? Like queen somewhere?
Queen somewhere, I still don't have to move the knight, right? So I can still try to look for a useful move. But I don't know what the useful move is. That's my...
One day.
I'll
be ready.
Yeah. The rook on f7 is still such a weirdly placed piece, yeah? And f5 rook e1 actually makes your position worse. Shockingly. Looks very logical, but it actually makes white make the move that they want to make anyway. And now the knight is hanging, and you might lose the pawn on e5 to go with it. That's actually a decent question. Ran 43-21. Bishop f1, bishop g5, and then take on f4. I suspect it doesn't quite work, but I understand the reasoning, because the bishop on b6 is very stupid. He probably comes back into the game, though, like knight e7, c6, bishop c7. But yeah, for the time being, I can definitely see why there's compensation. But I have a feeling it's just not fast enough, because our pieces are also not as attacking as you would need. But yeah, that's...
So very much looked like white is better in the other lines. No, well, here...
yeah.
And if we say it's 3 results, why do this to yourself?
Yeah.
Anish, still thinking?
Yeah, still thinking here. I think Shah probably did play g5, judging by the tone of our comments. Seems like that's the only game which could have provoked the g5 double exclam wow comment in our chat. And Sasha has done something interesting as well. Just briefly, he took on f1 and then he just played c5, c4 completely unprovoked, which is
really wants to get rid of that pawn.
Quite a remarkable move, really. Just says, yeah, I need files on the queen side. I don't really want this pawn alive. I just want squares and files open. And Sam very much, Sam very much confirms that the idea is, at least has merit by completely ignoring the pawn he could have taken here and going king e2.
Also, he could still castle, right? Is the king safer on e2?
I guess maybe
I'm saying it's great here. Maybe c3. Yeah.
3 probably. Otherwise, it does look very, very.
Well, that could also be the point of c4, just stopping long castles.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. So now after king e2, what are we doing?
I don't know. I just see the engine bar. Very happy for black. Maybe we don't need to do anything. Rook c8.
Knight e5 is also interesting, but I'm guessing 23 check is not such a huge threat, right? We can go like rook fd1 here, or maybe even bishop g3 and allow it. And then the resulting endgames are not that great for black, because the pawn on d3 ends up being more of a weakness than a strength. Don't know. Because knight e5 would be interesting. I think if knight e5 actually did force you to take on c4, I'd be very interested. Like takes, we go rook c8. And this might be quite awkward for white, I would suspect, right? With the pieces where they are. Yeah, like here, I mean, I have an immediate draw, and it might be more, right? I can take, give a check from c2, and then think. Probably is just a draw, right? Because g5, bishop g3 doesn't look that much.
We might hang in there.
Unless it's mate, right? g4 check. It might be mate. If it's mate, it's probably quite good. Yeah, and rook c4 check. It actually probably is mate. Come to think of it. Looks very matey. Ahoy, matey, king g7. Yeah.
Bunch of threats all of a sudden. You go with the king to e5, not suspecting anything, and boom.
Yeah.
Do we have? No. We just don't have bishop.
Nope.
Anyway, taking on c4 looked brazen to begin with.
So something like rook fd1 or some other move here, yeah, seems like a safer idea. Yeah, people are very impressed with Schach playing g5, but Jan did point that move out when we got to the position. So why are we not crediting Jan with
Do
this?
something. I have many leather-bound chess books. So what was, we checked this, no, the conclusion was this Queen c7. You think he spotted this, or he's just?
I don't know. I don't know. It's a tough one. I think. I mean, you wouldn't entirely rule it out. I also, I don't know if there are other moves here which are not as strong but still give black a good position. It's very possible. I just know that Queen c7 is quite good here, but since I was checking it on the the website Cloud Engine, I don't really know what line 2 says.
I do have an engine here. We can switch it on. So it says g5. Yeah, first move. It says black is better. Like,
yeah, I think that
well,
first line that we're currently both of us reading, that ended up saying 000 on my screen. Yeah, takes an a4 specifically. Seemingly very, very important to play to a4 here. Also, I don't know how easy any of this is, but yeah, before I think it was playing knight e4 and making a draw here. Somehow.
I don't know. Okay, random stuff, but Queen f5 looks like it's white switching to fighting for a draw by giving the
yeah, absolutely, and yeah, realizing
the second line, so there are no other moves.
Yeah,
or I guess bishop c5 transposes. That's 3 f4, bishop c5.
Yeah, it's actually specifically Queen c7. Yeah, everything else is
other moves possible, but not winning.
Yeah. Yeah. Very curious how this will develop, because it's a very sharp position, and decisions from this point onwards, in particular, I think some of the decisions that may be required from black are quite tricky. And the immediate decision MVL has to take, because I think optically it's very easy to think that, well, in some order, bishop c5, knight f3 is quite strong. Because, yeah, like the reasons why it's not are very, very non-obvious.
Yeah, and also, do you really give in to playing Queen f5 and trying to make a draw here by generating counterplay a pawn down or whatever it is? Like, it would be a rough decision to take.
It's, yeah, not easy at all, and extremely kind of a curious and rare occurrence, because MVL is starting with the two whites here, and he was basically lost yesterday, and he is definitely running risks today as well. It's really not very often that you see him out prepared like this, and like both times, actually,
not very often you see him out prepared. With all very due respect to the fantastic player that he is, his openings are by far his biggest weakness. No, like he gets more often out prepared, or he gets into more trouble with black because it's the nature of the game. But yeah, I would very much disagree with that statement.
I mean, on the white side, like he does get into trouble with his Najdorf quite a bit, because people kind of, they can prepare with very, very pinpoint accuracy to the things he is committed to in the Najdorf, and these days also in the Grunfeld occasionally. But with white, I thought he was a very, very dangerous openings player with the white pieces. Whereas maybe it's just against me, maybe. I've always struggled to find something that worked reliably against him with black.
Pretke against Yu Yang-yi.
Yeah, tiny bit better for white, seemingly, according to.
Oh, yeah, I can switch this off. Sorry, I had the engine still running because we were checking with Maxim here. Yeah, that's the nature of these positions. No, like pawn structure is sort of equal, but the white pieces are a bit more active. That seems to still be the case.
Yeah, the move to make is not a difficult choice here. I think it's very logical to play knight e4 because the queen c7, bishop d6 setup kind of, castling short would castle into bishop takes h2. Castling long with a5 and a3 included seems foolhardy. So yeah, knight e4 looks very, very logical.
How's this go? Bishop e5. I think this was the computer's main line. I didn't see any further. So.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I think machine actually was allowing the trade on d6 and was playing c6, c5 somehow. But bishop e5, I guess maybe we go c3. I would be somewhat tempted to actually go hardcore and just castle queenside anyway. But you sometimes get mated if you do that. So I don't know how healthy that actually is. Instead of c3. c3 I think would be a very solid choice if not for the fact that b5, b4 starts trading things off. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know if describing Yu Yang Yi as a random Chinese dude is very fair, GeoJail. He is now rated 27-13, but he was a very, very solid 27-60 for a number of years and definitely threatened to, become an absolute fixture in top-level events. And he was also a match away from the candidates in a very dramatic fashion, where he won that absolutely dead loss position against Nikita in whatever it was, quarters, yeah. In the Hanti World Cup. Was it Hanti or? I think it was, yeah. 2019.
I do not recall, but yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah, I think that was the World Cup where he played a very, very dramatic match against Nikita in the quarterfinals, and it was very sort of evenly contested. And then in the Armageddon, Nikita was like 3 pawns up and had a crushing attack, and then somehow the pressure got to him. Yeah,
that was a rough game to watch, at least, yeah. For Nikita supporters, but also just, I think, for anybody, the collapse under the pressure was very tough.
Yeah. Did produce some of the sort of the more easily recognizable TV, like chess TV coverage that has been on air in the last, 5 years. It was very, very difficult to watch, though. Just, the footage of him sitting at the board after the game was over.
Wishwader is saying, really don't think Ding is at Magnus's level yet. Needs more prep time first. Who is at Magnus's level? Wishwader.
Yeah, that plus also, it just feels very, very unfair to pick on Ding specifically now, where it does seem like
chess for 2 years.
Yeah, what he needs is maybe not prep time, but just an ability to sit down at the chessboard.
Play options.
Yeah, just let the man play some chess, and then maybe we'll find out he's really, really good. And we might.
We don't know. We debated a bit yesterday about why Yu Yang Yi is. It's possible for Yu Yang Yi to play in this one, but for Ding it wasn't right. We still don't have any.
We discussed it a bit, but there's no answer, and it's just one of those things.
Yeah.
There is a slight possibility that he is somehow now based in Europe. It does happen with some Chinese players, but I've not heard of it. And,
we would have heard about that, probably.
Yeah.
No, but no matter how you feel about people's relative strength, it's just sad to see the world number 3. And yeah, not very long ago, at least in the last cycle, the question was very much, is Fabi or Ding the favorite to get a match with Magnus? Now things have changed a little bit, especially with the rise of Alireza. But to see someone like world number 3, Ding Liren, not being able to fight for qualifying to the candidates tournament, it's just sad to see, whatever the circumstances are, which I can't speak on because I really don't have a clue.
Yeah, so it's just a kind of a sickening situation because completely outside of his control, and yeah, the entire cycle now appears to be just gone.
Rhinestone saying, Nikita said at a meeting at my Doris Chess Club, I hate losing so much that often prevents me from winning. I'm not sure if it's a true story, but it's a sentiment I am very, very familiar with. And all this joking about the Chicken Chess Club, it comes from that place that people hate losing so much that often making sure to not having to feel that emotion costs them half points and equity in the long term by playing too defensively or accepting draws.
Yeah. Pretty sure it's a true story as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I could very much believe that.
Mm. Yeah, no. Some progress can be made towards kind of removing that pressure from yourself, but as you know, as someone who's struggled with it throughout my career, it's very incremental progress which can be set back at any point by the reoccurrence of the old habits.
Queen b8.
Yeah, cute move, but I wonder where it goes after bishop g3. b7, I guess. Yeah,
I agree. It's unique to chess, not the hate of losing, but the chickening out option, which somewhat fortunately, and I think especially for Chicken Chess Club members like me, we actually like that. This option of chickening out with a draw is somewhat being reduced with these Sofia rules and all these fighting rules they have, because it also makes you this. I'm not speaking about myself here, but about the mindset. It makes you think less about, can I offer a draw here, or should I take a draw, offer a draw? Like all this wasting time by being chicken gets taken away by Sofia rules. So I would guess, not sure how Peter feels about it, that most Chicken Chess Club members are actually in favor of Sofia rules, although that might...
I very much am, and I thought it kind of prolonged my chess career and improved it, and because I looked it up at some point, and somewhat to my shock, because I thought I had like an all-round problem with draws. Apparently, in my sort of worst years, when I was very much, the brunt of all the jokes, which are now aimed at Anish very unfairly, they were kind of aimed at myself very fairly. My issue wasn't apparently as offering draws that much. I just couldn't say no to a draw offer. I was kind of okay continuing until somebody offered me a draw. And then, the idea of just, if he's offering me a draw, maybe maybe my evaluation of the position is incorrect and it's actually not that great and all that. And just the fact that the game, could end there and then was very detrimental to the average. Very
rude to decline draws too.
Yeah. Also,
Did you offend anybody like that?
Yeah. So when that was not entirely, but mostly removed from the conversation, it turned out I don't mind playing chess all that much.
Okay, there we differ. Queen b7 played.
Yeah. So what's the why are they still not too far away from completely stabilizing? So what's the let's say if I go f3 here. What's the big plan?
Rook to c8, or is
I
that
think
not
I
even
can.
needed?
I think I can take. This is the point. I think I can actually start taking on c4 and then playing b3 and then. It probably gets one
take?
back. Rook c4 just wins here. Yeah. Sorry, Rook c4 just wins here. Of course, yeah.
This at least something should happen, no?
Yeah, I mean rook d8 to resign, I guess. Yeah, there's maybe something even more forcing, but rook d8 we just resign. Okay, so rook fc8. Let's go rook fc1 maybe. Because I do want just to take it off the board and play b3 and simplify that way. I feel like we have to try to simplify and equalize here with white. As much as, as much as it's possible.
Yeah, it doesn't look beyond repair yet, does it? But Engine is saying black is significantly better.
Yeah, weird. Well, maybe not that weird because there's a king on e2, but white's position doesn't look as discoordinated as all that. And there was a question in. It's kind of funny because on the topic of chicken chess clubs and saying no to draw offers, and Peter is a polite human being, so he can't say no to anything. And then there was a question: how does David Navarre ever win a game then? And that is actually kind of funny because David Navarre is the nicest and the most polite human being, in the chess circles. Like, definitely will be in anybody's top 5. I'm pretty sure. But he just doesn't take draw offers. I think in order to make a draw against David Navarre, you have to remove pieces from the board, all of them pieces. He continues playing until there's nothing left. He does it very politely. If you offer him a draw, he will say, I will think about it. And then he will say, I would like to play on a little bit more. He might even call you Grandmaster Svidler in the process. But he's not going to take the draw offer. It's just not happening. So, yeah. Somehow it works for him.
Let us see if. He's saying, enough of all this fighting for the center and the initiative. It's time to move the horsey back.
Yeah. I guess it goes to c6, a5, and c4. Or
I understand. That's the point. I don't know. For me, he's by far the hardest player when it comes to having to predict individual moves. Like, okay, we know he's going to play the b6 Nimzo, but after that, he's very hard to read for me. Knight b8 here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess he didn't really feel like playing the cd4, ed4 position, which is actually probably a little bit worse for black, right? With the pieces being restricted. So, yeah, I mean, like the normal, the kind of a standard way of improving your knight on d7 would be to play knight f8, knight e6.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, Fedoseev is, doesn't make standard moves if he has any non-standard options on tap.
Yeah, once again, it's a bold strategy.
Let's see if it plays up for him.
Work out for him.
Yeah.
Rook e1, horsey.
Yeah, I'm guessing horsey will come very quickly. And I was looking at the idea of playing b2, b4 here, but it probably doesn't work tactically. Kind of wanted to stop knight a5, and c5, c4 would be a huge, big mistake, obviously, but there's, allowing this in knight c3, I think you're instantly close to lost, maybe. But I have a feeling maybe even accepting the pawn sacrifice is possible in some version. Rook a4, bishop takes c2, it's not even very difficult, yeah, okay. Bishop b2 and then a5, yeah, it just doesn't work at all. I was just briefly attracted to the idea of not allowing knight a5 at all, if we could stop it. So what do we do after knight c6?
Take, do you go knight a5? How strong?
I thought b takes c is not that, like, I don't have to commit to anything crazy just yet.
Fair enough. What's this position? Maybe not f4 then.
Yeah. I wanted, like, now I can also try for knight e5, knight g3 ideas, right? I have more squares to aim for. I guess we go bishop c2, knight c4, queen c1, and we're really not that unhappy with white. Because eventually all of this stuff starts getting...
position looks very active for black, but once it crumbles, it will crumble really badly.
Yeah. Like it's a structure where if you don't actually develop any initiative in the center, if you don't get to push d5, d4 in a timely fashion, it could just completely collapse. Yeah.
Obviously, none of this forced. Okay, start with b4 just to play your idea without. But then CD, I'm not sure how much.
Yeah, I think specifically the inclusion of knight b8 and yeah, you still have to take with the pawn, and then there's this square on c4 black can start exploiting. It's not unplayable though, honestly.
Okay, how you get there?
Yeah, it's not it's the wrong piece, right? If it was the knight getting there really quickly, you'd be annoyed. But the bishop we can tolerate. Yeah, the bishop.
Still pretty happy with white.
Yeah, maybe it was an option. Yeah, but we did make the most obvious move in the position after knight b8. Hard to like. Rook e1 is such an easy autopilot move that you have to be really unhappy with it to not to make it just pretty much without thinking. When we're done with this really excellent awkward pause, what say you about a short break?
I thought we had started the break already. I was reading the latest Chess24 article.
That's what I thought that might be happening there.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get more coffee. It's 5:05. I should mention that this Chess24 arena tournament starts at 6 p.m. I'm signed up for that tournament. Obviously, we'll do this show first, and I'll start playing then. So you guys can sign up as well if you feel like. We'll be back here in a couple minutes with more of the action from today's FIDE Grand Prix.
See you then.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Giri is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 2 of FIDE Grand Prix number 2 in Belgrade is currently ongoing. Many chess stars, such as Anish Giri, Alexander Grischuk, Sam Shankland, Vidit, Fedoseev, MVL, Mamadirov. Now I have to list them all, or will be offensive. Pretke, Yu Yang-yi, Vityugov, Tabatabai, Hare Krishna, Andreikin, Bakro are still in action. We only have one draw thus far between Shirov and Rapport, where Shirov got surprised by Rapport's opening choice, didn't really try. Peter, where shall we go?
There's been some very interesting developments in our Open Spanish, so I think we start with this game because G5 was met by not what the engines were suggesting, and MVL has gone with what was my initial reaction as well, knight f3, and after f4, I'm guessing he saw queen c7, which is honestly very, very impressive, because I think if you don't see queen c7, you take on c5 here. The problem for MVL is what he chose is not great, at least not according to what I think the engines are saying, but full credit to him for realizing that bishop takes c5 is not all that good. So he's gone takes and queen f5 here, and black can just take on h4. And I think the point about this position is that you can take on e2, but the remaining e pawn will be so strong, and the king on g1 so unsafe that black, I think, maintains control. I don't know how much control, but I'm pretty sure the engines disagree with this choice. It doesn't look like, I understand why he chose this, because let's say if you continue the line here, you play queen takes c5. I think it's reasonable to try and pick up a healthy pawn before you take on e2, because the pawn on e2 doesn't seem like it can be saved. It doesn't immediately look like it's all that bad for white, really. But, you know, armed with the assessment, we know it might not be great.
Yarov taking his time here. Is he considering anything other than gh4, d2?
D2 maybe, yeah, D2. Might also be quite strong, actually. Oh yeah, he's gone d2. Interesting. So what's the reaction what's the reaction from white? Maybe this is actually what you were supposed to do, I don't know. Rook e2, very interesting. Played very quickly as well. Ah, okay, so MVL says, now I can play d1, rook d1, rook d1, rook d1, queen d1, knight f1. And this will be a perpetual. Because of, obviously, black can take either on e2 or on h4, but there's going to be a lot of checks.
Here we can't run.
Yeah, and it does feel like it is a very comfortable perpetual, right? There's just not enough squares. Queen d5, yeah, you're just never running away. This might be some kind of...
Might not be a great idea, but there's also a perpetual if we want it.
So yeah, looks like this might now be...
so this will end peacefully.
Yeah.
And how could black... Because the bar said black was better.
I think it is actually g takes h4. I'm pretty sure. Like I don't know if I would have been able to figure it out, but
computers are fun, aren't they? Rook a7 here. Why does he go rook a7 like a normal person?
Yeah. Or in the other position, yeah, like knight e2 gh.
Okay, we can start with this.
Yeah,
Rook
and
E2,
now rook a7.
Knight e2 and rook a7. Well,
yeah, we're just not taking this knight at all until we brought all of our stuff into play.
And if the knight moves, we just push our pawns.
Yeah. So it's never actually g. It's just playing with the pawn pair, and the pawn pair is just stronger than the piece here. This apparently is just lost for white. Yeah. I mean,
that one can believe, but just ignoring that knight and playing rook to a7, nah. Computers are too good.
Yeah, computers are a little bit too strong.
How does this go? Queen c5?
Just rook f7. Yeah, just goes rook
f7. He ain't worried about nothing.
Yeah. Eventually, I'll cash in, it says.
Eventually, I'll just win.
Hmm.
Yeah. Hard to argue, but also hard to blame Mamadirov for not spotting this. And if this was the way to punish, then kudos to Maxime, who found humanly a very nice way out of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Situation.
Absolutely. Does seem to be just a draw now, because rook f8, queen takes g5 is a losing attempt, probably. Definitely not a winning attempt. And yeah, both gh and queen takes e2 are very, very comfortable perpetuals. No real risk involved whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll confirm
with our most exciting game.
Yeah.
To draw.
But actually, Anish's game is now very, very sharp, which is something we like to see. So that probably switches to become the most fun one. And as you can see on our screens right now, Anish sacrificed a piece just a moment ago, and that sacrifice was not accepted. So here he's gone b5, knight a7, h4.
We should criticize him for not playing our plan, no? d5, rook d1.
Absolutely, yeah.
Rook d1
how dare he not listen to our show and just do exactly what we say? But he did go for a very, very principled idea here, hg. And apparently fg is strictly the only move, because knight takes a3, g6. So I'm guessing it's just
g6 and check.
Yeah, queen e2, queen
Cute.
e2. Yeah. Not actually even very difficult to believe that this is made. So I think the decision not to allow this didn't take too much time for Nikita. It looks like it's made. But after fg, white really needs to continue throwing things into the fire, because yeah, just moving the bishop somewhere and allowing e takes d4 looks like it gives black too much time to stabilize. Yeah, this is now a very, very sharp game.
c5.
Even c5. Yeah, I absolutely missed c5, but c5 kind of straight up wins here. Yeah, bishop c1 eg. This one I can believe not being great, because yeah, you give black time to include the bishop on b6 in the game, and the whole complexion of things changes. White having compensation here is very much based on the fact that the bishop on b6 is cut off from the action. And actually, it's a very nice callback to the way Anish won the game yesterday, right? Because yesterday he also, in an Italian, not an Italian exactly like this Italian, but in the same opening, he also based much of his middle game play on trying to exploit a very similar looking bishop on b6, which was completely cut off from events.
So what's the line here? Rook e5, knight a3.
I think knight a3, queen g5, you might once again be in a lot of danger, because your just defenders are not there. So after rook e5, you might have to make a different move. Specifically, knight takes c3. I think is what is being.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm just trying to figure out. I saw it on the screen.
Yeah, can't we play queen takes g5, says Jake? Yeah, that's exactly the same line. Once again, after queen g5, the bishop will probably stay untouched. Black has to play knight takes e3 just to include the bishop on b6 in the game, and then it gets very, very sharp. And
what are we talking about? Queen g5.
Queen g5, yeah, the same sacrifice and just the same. I'm pretty sure it's not getting accepted. Yeah. Knight c3.
What's this position? Something takes d4.
Yeah, bishop d4. I think either rook e5 or knight f5 or something. Yeah, it's a kind of a really, really messy, strange position. Yeah, this is probably not great because of bishop takes e1. Cool. You have to continue the line though, like knight h5, knight f5, all kinds of things.
Anything could still happen.
Yeah. But black probably
looks like black is not getting mated, and then he's probably better, but
yeah, we have
hot take. If he's getting mated, he's not better.
That is how those things work. They're staying reasonably. I mean, at least Anish with his 40 minutes for 16 will have plenty of time to do some precision calculating. Nikita is in a slightly more precarious position on the clock, but still no real time trouble as of yet.
It's also not his move, which is nice.
Yes. Yes. I'm pretty sure he knows what's coming. He knows that the bishop is not retreating, and he can sort of prepare accordingly.
All right. Let's see. Alexander Grischuk down to 16 minutes, so his fans need not to be worried that he was playing too quickly.
Not anymore.
But also, it looks like his advantage has disappeared.
Yeah, so rook fc1, what would, like, apparently knight c5 is a mistake, once again judging by the bar no longer giving black any edge, but knight c5 is such a natural move. What were you supposed to do? Queen a6, knight e5, I don't know, like, what's the...
I can ask. a5,
Okay.
good luck with that.
Yeah.
a6, that's
not
understandable.
Yeah, knight b6, but yeah, you can definitely understand not playing knight b6 in particular, like in a certain kind of mood.
Also, seeing the computer ones rook d8 and rook ac8, you could make a case for taking the other rook. No? Yeah, he does that. Rook ac8, this was better. Then I can sort of understand that this rook might have a role on the d file to play. Like
Absolutely, yeah.
the other one is probably not making it to b8.
Yeah, rook fc8 maybe was a little bit too fancy.
Yeah, that's...
Was the beginnings of even though black apparently is still pushing there, but a7 a5 being the first line there is just extremely difficult to play.
This guy. All right, c4 played. So what's going on now? Queen goes away. Have the engine running. Engine just says queen b4 equality.
Yeah, I think queen b4 is an understandable move. Yeah, queen a6 check, and I mean, it's slightly scary to play king e1, but the fact that we control the b8 square makes all of this much more palatable.
This is the bumpy line.
Yeah. You do kind of worry here with white, but on the other hand, a lot of pieces get traded, and black isn't really... optically doesn't look like black is giving mate. You probably know you're not better here with white, but you also feel like you're probably not getting mated either. And there might be other options, like... Queen d4, rook d8 looks like it probably isn't great, yeah. But maybe queen b3 is playable, right? I think queen b3 was also a suggestion that seemed okay-ish.
Sorry.
Whoa! Tien found something very cute. I mean, you're not obliged to take, and also the engine hates it, but it's still a very cute move.
Very pretty. How does this work? h8, knight g5, queen f.
That's a tough one.
What?
I think he missed rook takes g3, right? Because yeah, Andrei quite quickly took on f3, and now there is a breakdown in the board. But clearly he took on f3, bishop e7. Now he'll take on g3 and play rook d7, and the bishop actually doesn't return. Oof. Whichever way you take it, actually gets caught by rook g3, rook d7. Yeah.
The board is wrong. Yeah, things.
Yeah, the board just died. Yeah, the board registered some kind of rook f4 while.
So ignore the live engine.
Yeah. I think you probably, in terms of generating any kind of counterplay, I'm guessing you go bishop takes d6 and then c5, but it's not great. c5 d takes c5 here just kind of wins, right? So I have to prepare it, but maybe I can go like rook e d1 and try to prepare it quickly and then push c5. I'm also not sure c takes d6 is even required. Maybe you can just take with the knight and c5, knight b5 and be happy with that as well. Yeah, Etienne is in trouble.
Yeah, no, he just missed that the bishop was not getting out of d8, which is understandable.
And in the meantime, my Hearthstone skills are being disparaged in chat. What else is new? Queen g5 played as we in the Giri Vitugov game. ed4 rook e7 loses, right? We can't really go ed4 here. This looks too much. And we could discuss the knight a3 rook e5 position, but it just doesn't look like it's great for black. Rook a f8 maybe? Rook e7. If the black queen had any way to challenge the queen on g5 here, black probably would have been okay. But because there's no way to actually make a move that creates a single threat, I have a feeling we're getting mated. I still don't like queen d6 or queen c6. How does white win? I thought it was knight f5 or knight h5, but that allows queen f6 / queen h6 respectively.
Does this win slowly somehow?
I wouldn't rule it out. Actually. Yeah, the knight on a3 is so far away from where it should be that it might actually win slowly. Yeah.
Looks fairly scary, doesn't it?
And also, I want to say, even weirdly, if I go knight f5 instead, which I thought was just straight up a mistake because queen f6 is a much more forcing reply than queen h6. I think queen takes, queen takes f6 might be very strong here. You might have to play gf, because rook f6, rook f6, rook g7, king h8, rook e7. The other one, yeah. And it's actually mate, I think. Or at least very, adjacent. But gf might be playable. gf, knight h6, king g7. And yeah. The attack fizzles, and black might even
like the ideal outcome for white.
Yeah. Have they talked about knight c3 yet? Yeah, we've mentioned knight c3 is probably the way to go. Before we
didn't reach a conclusion after knight c3, rook e5. We looked at some bishop d4, rook e7, and
yeah, rook e7 is not forced. Yeah, I have a feeling there might be some other moves here. Yeah, and whoa, he took on a3. Very, very interesting.
He's taking the piece.
Yeah.
And we know our silicon friends do not approve.
They don't approve, but they don't approve to the extent that I was sort of afraid of for Nikita, because yeah, the bar says white is better, but it doesn't really say white is completely winning, which I thought was definitely a possibility with the amount of defenders being completely stuck on the other side of the board.
I was wondering what the phrase silicone friends means. So I Googled it, but the first answer I got was the Urban Dictionary with a definition of silicone girl. A silicone girl is a bitchy, judgmental, self-centered cow who is so up herself she can't see the light of day. She makes the lower ones and rejects, feel like doo-doo, or what it says, at the very least. First of all, I've never heard that term, and pretty sure that's not what silicone friends means in chess lingo. Silicone girl, I've never heard.
Yeah, I have a feeling you. How shall we put it? When you said what your search results were, I did not expect you to actually read them out.
Yeah, I was also surprised by what it said.
And you badly wanted to share, because sharing is caring.
So what does silicone friends mean? I understand it means chess computers, but why? Are like chess engines, are they made out of silicone? Are processors made out of silicone? Why is it silicone friends?
Something is definitely made out of silicone. I don't know which.
And silicon is not the same not the same word. Yeah, maybe we should clarify that.
You won't
You're very
like the
confusing.
answer, Fleshling, says Discover Christian, and that's a good answer, yeah. You won't well, yeah. That. Maybe because of Silicon Valley where they have all the technology stuff. That could be part of the answer, at least.
So it's not that computer chips are made from silicon. Okay, this is getting silly. Let's have a look at the Anish game.
He didn't even go rook e5. He went rook h4, which apparently is the way to go.
He's going after the king.
Yeah, just a very.
Pieces are made out of silicon, hence the name Silicon Valley or Silicon. Oof.
What have you done?
I don't know. I'm more familiar with the San Fernando Valley. Rook h4. Is this checkmate?
Not immediately, but it does look very scary. You could play queen to the 6th file somewhere, like I don't know which square is better, and then try to meet queen h5 with queen h6. But that allows white to gain more time by playing probably rook takes e5 is very decent there. Queen, I want to say c6 probably, but yeah, as long as it's not e6, I think, so that rook e5 doesn't actually force us to move the queen again.
Oh, wow. I'm being helped here by the Germans providing translation. So silicon is silicium in German. It's not silicon. Okay, that helps. Note to self: silicon, very different things.
Yeah, and just to address the question which appears to be puzzling many of our viewers who are watching the other boards as well, why not bishop takes d8 by Bacro?
This board is still stuck.
Yeah, it's because the board is still stuck and it is black to move. Basically,
so what happened here, this was played and the computer, the silicon friend,
yes,
when the rook was on his way to f3, it thought it stopped here, but didn't. It just crossed the square. But this line did not happen for understandable reasons, because both sides are hanging major piece every move. Once that happened was rook f3, bishop e7, and now rook g3 will come. But yeah, the board is stuck. Let's hope they fix it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still, we need answers here. Queen c6, queen h5, queen h6.
Let's just try rook e5 and see where that goes. But you can try queen f6, right? You can actually somewhat weirdly force white to play queen h5, or at least attempt to force white to play queen h5 and then play queen h6. I can also go knight c4, but I feel like I need to start making moves that attack heavier pieces than just the rook. Yeah, let's try queen f6. And now queen h6. Actually, here I can play g6, no? Maybe it loses to rook g5, though. I got briefly excited, but maybe it's a bad idea not to play queen h6 anyway. Yeah, it's just a mess, and I feel like there probably is a straightforward answer, but that requires asking the powers that be, and I don't want to do that right now. In the meantime, as Chow was also informing us, Hari is basically straight up winning with black today. Yeah, the Caro strikes.
It looked like this was going well for him. We've seen something similar, I think, with knight c6 move earlier. And also your fears that pushing the f-pawn could be wrong here. Are very much materializing, because now king.
Yeah, the king is very, very weak, and in particular, the moment the knight on f8 joins the fray, I think, well, black is going to be much, much better. You can try winning by force straight away, but feels like something like knight d7. And also, I want to say that from a kind of a structural viewpoint, I don't mind the idea of starting with c6, c5, just to make sure that our dark squares don't get restricted. It's a bit slow, but I think white very likely will have to play something like a3 or b5 or whatever. Yeah, because
you're not worried about.
I have the h2 square. It doesn't get captured on h2, so like if I get to win the b4 pawn, I'm quite happy about that. Just very calmly take on b4 here and continue. I now also have bishop c5 threats. Okay, bishop h6 I did blunder, but
that's a win.
Yeah, might still be like our attack. The black attack might still be faster than whatever is happening on the king side. But yeah, just the immediate knight d7. We don't have to be fancy. Knight d7, get it over to e5, and go from there. Yeah, and they finally fixed the Buckrow game, so.
Silicon Valley does have huge companies like Booble. Sorry, it did make me laugh. Etienne in trouble? Question mark yet?
Yeah, very much so.
It went down this road we looked at. He went king g3, not f3, which makes sense because the structure is less rotten.
Yeah, this is not you don't lose every single time here with white, because you do get you one pawn for rook and one against the two light pieces, and the bishop on g7 is currently not very active, and the queen side does provide you with some counterplay if black is not very precise, but clearly black is better.
More pieces.
Are we ever interested in the idea of playing a6, a5 here?
Me personally, not that interested in that idea.
Okay. That answers the question. I think the problem, that actually doesn't solve the. Yeah, I was going to say the problem is rook b1 or rook b2, not ba, but I can go knight c7 anyway. My point was I want to provoke b takes a5 and then play knight c7, knight a6, knight c5, because my issue currently is that I don't have a particularly attractive square to aim my knight at. And yeah, if it gets established on c5, I think the conversion might become simpler. But it obviously does cost us a full pawn. And white can play something like rook b1, rook b5 and say, it's a beautiful knight on c5 there, mate, but how do you make any progress? Unnecessary.
It would be weird to literally say that, no?
Well, a bit weird. But
they played this, and now Buckrow would say, it's a beautiful knight there on b5, mate, but how do you make any progress? Like, Andrejkin would shoot him a very confused look.
Yeah, probably.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
How is this appropriate?
Also, I'm not your mate, Baba. Yeah.
The only mate I care about is giving mate to your king, sir.
Sir.
And now, does this knight go anywhere? What does white do? Of course, we build the bathtub, but then what do we do next?
I don't know, yeah, like just knight f6, rook c7, bishop f8, king f7, and then eventually you start.
One day we'll get somewhere.
Yeah, it will get somewhere, but currently it doesn't really have very attractive squares, so that was why I was floating the 8-5 idea.
Right.
I have recently seen a picture of a goat in some kind of a marine vessel with the caption, "Whatever floats your goat," and I cannot unsee it.
Sorry, I googled goat on a boat, but I did not get whatever floats your goat.
That is very disappointing.
No, anyway. Thanks for bringing that up. That's good stuff. A Goat on a Boat is apparently a book by Spencer Brinker.
Ah.
I had no idea, Spencer. All right. Giri. Rook h4.
Yeah, Gary's kind of trying to solve his qualification issues by round 2. Because if he wins
in a hurry.
If he wins today, he will be a full point ahead of the field after 2 rounds, which is quite something. It doesn't really absolutely ensure his qualification, but it does make him
does not hurt.
Yeah, a good favorite to get out of the group. Did Sasha just enter a losing endgame? Asks Mathematic. There was some weirdness happening in that game because Queen b3 was played as we were not exactly expecting, but he did got mentioned. Queen a6 check, knight c4, and Sasha he played rook c6 here, fe4, rook ac8. Why is this endgame lost though? Is my question. This doesn't look all that horrible for black.
Where's the endgame? What do we do?
Also, where's the endgame exactly? Yeah,
a4 or what? No, but then there's Queen c8. Queen d3 maybe. Takes.
Yeah, we can take on c4 anyway because there's rook c2 check.
Yeah, I want rook c1 here.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. That's actually an endgame. Yeah.
This could be unpleasant indeed. Yeah.
Oof.
Did he miss rook c1? Nah.
Yeah. Feels like some sort of a self-inflicted wound here. Yeah, you can take with the queen, but you're still not going to be enjoying that.
Yeah, that's a better version, but still a bad endgame.
Takes king d3, rook e4, rook c1. It's just very, very annoying.
Looks
probably just
look lost, frankly.
Yeah, looks very close to lost, or just straight up lost. Yeah, and Sam, these types of calculations, he very, very rarely misses. So queen d3 already on the board, and this is now a problem for Sasha. Yeah, if he loses this game, it really will be like it's not his cycle. Let's put it like this.
No. He did seem very, very disturbed by what's happening, understandably. And yeah, probably not in the mood to play chess, really. We're used to him being low on time, but frankly, 10 minutes in Grischuk world is not even low on time. So to miss this, it's out of character. Also converting or turning a better position into a sort of lost position in 5 moves, which he also did yesterday. Yeah, he's just not being himself.
Yeah.
And today he wasn't even taking crazy risks. He played the Nimzo and showed his preparation, got a good position. So yeah, this is hard to.
Yeah, let's we'll return to this when something further happens, but it does look like Sam is now very much in control, and that's obviously good news for him because he'll be in contention. Although talking of hot streaks, Anish starting with 2 whites and winning both of them potentially, even though that's still a very sharp position and result there is still very much up in the air, is a hot story. But undraking starting with 2 blacks and winning both of them potentially is in a way even more striking.
So would you say that winning your first 2 games is good either way, but winning your first 2 games with black is even better than winning them with white?
That would be the gist of what I'm saying here. Yeah.
Gotcha. Rook to e2.
Yeah, Etienne is kind of keeping his shape. He defended against knight takes d5 by protecting the rook on c2. He might maybe in some situations, but like I thought if black plays bishop f8 here, you can consider playing f2, f4, but I don't know if we actually want to give the e5 square.
We want to.
Yeah, like maybe even the immediate 97. Yeah, because the knight on f6 currently was not very impressive. If it gets relocated to e5 and sticks there, we've actually made black's conversion tasks much simpler. Yeah, we'll see. I think Etienne probably just plans to pass and ask black to show any kind of a proactive plan. I don't know what the plan is. If we play f3 and h4, for instance, preparing to meet, I don't know, g5 with h5 and h5 with g5.
Slaven Zivkovic saying, okay, enough with the chess. We need documentary recommendations. And I think we have to wait till move 40. I don't have anything new. The Rescue, The Alpinist, Free Solo. As long as it involves rock climbing or cave diving, I'm on board. Here, Rook c4, Rook c4.
Yeah, he played Queen c4 because he realized Rook c4, Rook c1 is just
what a Rook c1. This will happen.
Most likely. And yeah, you can even play e5 here. You don't even have to play King d3. You can be greedier.
94 King d3.
Yeah, 94 King d3 just looks like you don't keep your pieces. And now we go King d3 and then e3, e4 and start pushing things away. Yeah. Sometimes these types of positions aren't even that great with equal material, and white has a healthy extra pawn on the queen side, so not great. Yeah, Harry now is just sort of very observably, optically completely winning, because the white king side is just completely collapsing.
Slaven, I told you I haven't watched anything new.
People are very, very demanding. They've come to, expect certain standard of being.
I can't watch all the documentaries for you. You have to spread your wings.
And yeah,
you're a peacock. You gotta find your own documentaries and fly.
Do they fly?
I think that's the joke. It's before Reddit, us boomers, we had jokes like, I'm a peacock, you gotta let me fly. From very underrated movie, The Other Guys.
Okay. What I know from about peacocks is that they can eat beans or nuts, which really do look like they will choke them very effectively. It's a kind of a modern, like, minor miracle of nature. Because
peacock eats bean.
Not bean, no. I think they're not beans. When I played one of the London Chess Classics, I think maybe 2013, and we stayed in this hotel in near the. Yeah, I'm very bad with things these days, all kinds of things. But basically, there was a park nearby, which is like London has many parks, but I can't remember which park that was exactly.
Hotel, London Park.
Yeah, and that park has a reasonably large wild peacock population. Holland Park, yeah, thank you. Yeah, there's a great number of peacocks there, and somebody told us to buy like a big bag of monkey nuts and feed them monkey nuts. And monkey nuts are basically like a double peanut in one shell, and it really does look like it's much wider than their necks. And it will just effectively kill them if you feed them that. But we were told that by people who didn't look like they were trying to kill the peacocks in Holland Park, so we attempted that.
So you just thought, let's find out if it really doesn't kill the peacocks.
Yes, that's what we did. And it turned out not to kill the peacocks at all. They just gather around you and, they cluck like chickens and they ask for all the monkey nuts they can get, and they get all the monkey nuts.
Also, What's the difference between a peacock and a peafowl? I'm obviously researching all your information because I don't trust it. It's telling me peafowls are omnivores and eat a wide range of nuts, berries, seeds, and insects in the wild. What's a peafowl? What's the difference from peacock?
I have no
peacock
idea.
A male peafowl?
Okay, yeah.
That makes sense.
That does make sense. So that's
the females are called peahens.
That would be reasonable, right?
Yeah, I just didn't know. Peahens is what I have when I have to rush back from the bathroom sometimes. Moving on.
Moving swiftly on, yeah.
Anish.
Yeah, what is happening here?
Is he winning?
I don't know. You can give a variety of checks, but the king has a reasonably safe square on f7. I'm wondering if you're supposed to play knight g5 here, but you, generally speaking, you don't like the idea of any of your attackers being traded away. So let's try queen h7. Yeah, and rook g4 or somewhere, yeah. Rook g8 looks like the only move possible. And then we go... This looks incredibly...
One more unit.
The rook will be hanging. I thought knight g3 is just straight up winning, but I don't know if it is. Because rook f4, I suppose, yeah. Knight g5, I think the king starts running, right? Or, like, what's the reply to knight g5? Knight g5, maybe they go king f8 looks like a normal move, but I thought maybe it's...
It's a rook here, no? Must keep rook.
Well, rook takes g5 as an option, but it's scary. Let's go king f8. But then I wanted to play queen g6 and create a threat of knight a6 check, or knight h7 check if you play rook f6. Continues being unbelievably scary. Not a position I would like to play on 6 minutes against a strong player, which Anish definitely is. Did they behave like chickens before being fed the monkey nuts, asks Fishwader. They may have been having a fit. It's been almost 10 years. I can't say I have the full details of behavior of peafowl in Holland Park readily at hand. Yeah, knight g5 first apparently is stronger than queen h7 check, because queen h7 check, the king should not go to f7 at all. Yeah, my problem with knight g5 was I thought takes and e takes d4 might be playable. But apparently, yeah, queen d5 check, yeah, okay.
Oh.
Question withdraw.
Geometry,
important.
This is even more good.
Even crueler, yeah. Collecting all of the materials. Oof. Yeah. Anish now has time to figure all of this out. And yeah, if you can't play takes d4 in the position after queen takes g5, it looks very, very dangerous for black, because you're not even that far behind material-wise, and the attack continues. Yeah. I thought a rook lift would be useful here, just to get the e1 rook in the attack as well, but yeah, unnecessary as it turns out. Show Grischuk, says PMAF29. We did show Grischuk. Grischuk is in a lot of trouble. There's nothing new there. Yeah.
Shankland.
Pretty much straight up lost, yeah.
Taking a moment here, but yeah, he's miscalculated. Something most likely he just missed. That rook c4, rook c1 here is bad news, but we don't know. Clearly, not playing well.
Yeah,
Grischuk. Hare Krishna, is he winning?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I would get nervous around this point, though. Like when the king ran away, we haven't gotten to the king. when you come at the king, you better not miss.
Well, we sort of missed, but we collected a lot of the smaller minions.
Yeah, computer says it's whatever, -1 something.
Yeah, it's surprising. It's
Well,
not
the trend-
surprising. It's not
well, like-
more. But was there a way not to let the king run away so efficiently? I wonder, because I thought there might be somewhere along the way. Maybe we could have cashed in even.
Yeah, you mentioned knight d7. Computer, big fan of that as well. Just
Yeah, understandably, but
bringing more units. He tried to bring the rook, but I don't know. There were wins along the way from checking it.
yeah, queen takes g2 is just completely unnecessary here because it's just not going to be able to go anywhere.
Run.
I thought knight d7 here in particular was very attractive. Yeah, I think he didn't want to allow queen d4, but then you can go bishop b5, like you take on g2 and yeah, you take on g2 and then you go bishop b5 and the queen has to leave the d file.
Yeah, this.
Or even bishop c7. Yeah, I didn't see bishop c7. I will. I have actually calculated up to bishop b5.
Must be nice.
But yeah, bishop c7 is even more of an evil move there. Just preparing knight e5 and it cannot be stopped. I mean, it's an understandable decision just to take g2 and h3 when they are being offered for.
Well, he is still knight d7. That's the weird one that he doesn't bring the knight into the action earlier.
Yeah.
But okay, he's still much better. However, I have a feeling something could still happen here.
Yeah. This is now a kind of a live game, and this is also why I wanted to push c6, c5, because now that the pawn got sort of fixed on c6 as a weakness for white to try and play against, there's at least a sort of a legitimate source of counterplay for white to try and exploit. Can't you just continue to hassle the queen? Asks Winish girl. No, it's actually Winish Giri. It goes to h5 eventually, yeah. Otherwise, it would get hassled forever, but it does have a safe square on h5. And then you hopefully eventually the knight from f8 gets to, I don't know, either e5 or g5 or somewhere.
How's Mr. Fedoseev doing?
Completely
Not well, according to Mr. Computer.
Yeah, completely busted. He's been offering up an exchange sacrifice for quite some time now. Yeah, he just kept on ignoring the option of going.
Also keeps on, not making any forcing moves and retreating if in doubt. But
no,
read it.
Yeah, somewhere out here it started looking really, really ugly. Because
it's one of these nimzos that don't look so spectacular for white by eye test, but the bishops and the pawn weaknesses eventually start telling. Which is also really why all these b6 lines have fallen out of favor somewhat historically. Because if there's nothing forcing, very often these middle games just end up being better for white. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised computer just says this is more or less winning after rook b1, but it does look nice.
Yeah, just bishop f5 comes in and everything starts collapsing, yeah. And note that the machine actually very much dislikes the idea of winning the exchange in the current position and giving up the pawn on b3, which is why rook b1. Yeah. This is still better for white, but at least it gives black something. Yeah, he does play bishop f5. It's hard to criticize which wins a rook for the bishop straight away, but it does make black's life a bit easier in that there are now
squares, pawns,
squares for your things, basically. Yeah, even though you're still, of course, quite a bit worse here. I'm pretty sure Vladimir will be quite happy with this.
It sounds like a pop song from the early 2000s. Squares for your things. Squares for your things. Yeah. Okay. Easy to say. But also torture-wise, this would have been much meaner.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we reported this officially. This game did end in a draw after, I guess both sides missed the silicon solution to go rook a7.
Yeah, rook a7 is just evil. Did end in a draw, and the somewhat interesting, at least from a theoretical viewpoint, game between Predke and the Yuan Yi will also extremely likely to end in a draw. A lot of pieces have come off since we've last. I barely recognize it, honestly. There used to be pieces on this board. Now there aren't any.
Always the same story with Predke. He starts with pieces, and then he's left with just rooks.
Yeah, but this will be a draw.
Draw it.
Extremely likely. Yeah, h4 probably just makes an immediate draw, but maybe
Any other move? No.
Yeah, no, I mean maybe a Yuan Yi wants to continue, quote unquote, checking, but there's really not very much to check here.
Yeah,
I don't think
this is the only check that makes sense.
That is very fair.
Let's check Anish.
Yeah.
C5, Compy Boy not in love with.
Compy Boy says this is a huge, big mistake, and White is now winning. But from a purely human perspective, I think it's a very understandable move, because the bishop on b6, as we were talking about, is, you know, the one piece that was completely out of play for the vast majority of this game. So he wants to have bishop d6.
It might be gone soon.
Yeah, I think he probably wants to hope he can play bishop d8 in this position and start bringing it in. But yeah, rook h7 apparently. Construction just wins. It's a construction we've seen before.
Fairly typical.
Being very strong, yeah, and that being the reason queen f7 is never an option. So yeah, queen g6 is very strong, and it's not even the only move that appears to be.
Yeah, Compy said queen h5, queen g6 looked more logical hitting the bishop, but apparently this is just curtains as well.
Yeah, Wishwaiter says, I wish computers would give a human analysis of a computer analysis. There are websites which at least attempt to do that. Specifically, kind of they still run sort of the first line, and then they attempt to explain why the first line is what it is in human terms. I haven't tried them myself, but I have seen promotional material for them, and it seems like an interesting project. I don't know how useful it actually is, but
aim chess. Check aim chess.
Do check aim chess, yes.
Queen g6 played. Human move. Hitting bishop. Planning lethal construction.
Yeah. I think if Nikita realizes just how lost bishop d8, rook h7 is, he will play something like c takes d4, trying to...
Can do this. Is this still winning here, or is the horsey in time to hustle back? Still winning, apparently.
Yeah. Not in any kind
less winning.
Yeah, sort of less winning, but... It's not me having a problem with hashtag sellout Lunde. I genuinely wasn't sure which of the two websites I was thinking of was the correct website for the speech I gave.
I also wasn't sure if this was a plug, because Aim Chess is part of the Play Magnus group. That's why I mentioned it, but I think Peter was just bringing it up.
Yeah,
organically.
Sort of organically, yeah, because it was very related to the question asked in chat, so wasn't an intended plug. Yeah, we did still much better, but you can imagine this position improving for black if you have enough time to consolidate and perhaps push d5, d4, and that d5, d4 move does not lose you any material, because currently you have to worry about bishop b5 being a problem and some other things. Then maybe your position starts looking like it might be salvageable. Yeah.
Nashvillian chess saying, I'm not familiar with the Nielsen Giri situation. I also haven't kept up for a week. Is Reddit chess still on the case?
Hard to say.
Is it hard to say?
I mean, kind of researching the answer would involve going on Reddit.
Or reading chat. I'm sure chat knows. Breaker 90 is on the case. Excellent. The FBI is on the case. Oh.
Probably not the FBI, though.
Sounds unlikely.
Yeah.
Probably the CIA.
Or the NSA.
Or CTU.
Yeah, I miss the old CTU times. Sam actually returned the pawn in a way that I did not expect, but is still very, very much better / winning. Yeah, King D3 I expected, but
Rook D1 pawn and exchange rooks.
Yeah, Rook D1 in this position is kind of striking, just giving all of this up. But the endgame remains, as we can see from the bar, remains very, very poor for black, because you don't actually want to take on G3 because all the pawn endings are probably completely lost, or very likely completely lost. And the white majority on the queen side is going to be the most telling.
Somewhat stunning. It might be good technique, but the position looked so good that he started with.
Yeah. Yeah, you could just make a... Although Rook D8 check does look like a very annoying threat, and you seemingly do need to give up the pawn on e4 for like all of the computer suggestions here, which are the best lines.
Yeah, it's just different ways to give up the pawn apparently.
Yeah. Still, I mean, just straight up going Rook D1 there is quite impressive. I don't know if the move would have been very much on my radar at all.
There's some complaints for more realistic bars on Chess24 graphics. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe what I've noticed is that since we started using the Stockfish 14-1s, the evaluation have become a lot more extreme. Like if one side is winning, and even if that's just +1 in my old thinking, it's often like +4 or something, because it just sees it's winning.
And also you clicked away from there, but I mean just straight up saved that position. It's just a draw now, apparently, because the queen, the queen escaping now gives up the pawn on c6, and that is not great.
Yeah. The trend was his friend.
Absolutely, yeah.
That will be rough for Harry after what happened yesterday. Today he's completely winning, and well, we've shown a bunch of options, but really. By natural moves as well, just bringing the knight into play at
either here or on the next move,
just a moment here
yeah.
later. And yeah, then to let this one get away as well, he won't be thrilled.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really rough, because he played this game really well, and I mean the opening choice coupled with the way he handled the position and like looked like he provoked Amin into some overly optimistic handling of the position straight after the opening. So he did everything right, and when basically all he needed to do was to make 1 or 2 more precise moves, he just let it slip away. Yeah, Anish now is straight up winning.
Oh, sorry. Here we are. Bishop d8 plate, and yeah, this Rook h7. It's such a typical mode.
Yeah, not even the only move winning here, but does look extremely normal to play this, because yeah, Queen h5 is just such a strong threat. Coupled also with the threat of Rook takes g7 even, so it's should be a very logical follow-up here. Yeah.
Oh, did Hari Krishna, did he lose to Tavatabai in the World Cup? I think that's right.
We could.
As usual. My memory is bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some drama there.
Yeah.
Here is knows as usual. Says
Yes,
lost
here
game
is
one,
knows.
failed to win a promising position game two. Yeah. Tabai went far. That much we recall.
Yeah. There is some discussion in chat on the unlikely topic of what does Peter sing. I don't know how that came up, but Peter sings the blues just very, very infrequently. And definitely not in public anymore. There was one very memorable occasion of me singing the blues in public, but it did not end well.
What happened?
That was during my first wedding.
Oh, right. So the singing went well, just yeah. The rest of
Yeah, the singing went okay. Yeah, there was nothing wrong with the singing, or at least so I would like to think.
Jake Lone saying, I would love to have a silicon self-explained commentary on screen that prevents Jan and Peter going off topic again to commentate on the games. Yeah. I'm with you. Here, bar all white, meaning Giri good.
Giri, very good, yeah. Yeah, that does put him in a very, very strong position for the semifinals. 2 out of 2, and also beating the person who won his first game in round 2, so that he'll be a point ahead of Nikita. And if Hari actually does draw his game against Tabatabai, the rest of the field is even further below. So yeah, very, very good start for the Dutch youngster. Is he a youngster?
No. He might be young in years, but he's rich in experience. And if you've been around top-level chess for, I don't know, 12 years, you can't be called a youngster anymore. 10 years is the cutoff.
Fair enough, yeah. And yeah, we haven't spoken about this for a bit, and I think Etienne has made decent progress. He found a way to play a 4 in a position where, for some reason, like, couldn't Black play? Why is this knight not on e5? Is my question. Well, it should be on e5. It is getting there, but yeah, this doesn't look as losing for White as it looked at some point earlier. Still doesn't look stellar, but definitely looks like there might be counter chances. Yeah, takes. I was kind of hoping c5 might be made to work, but looks like it's losing to knight d3, knight b4. Yeah. Yeah, and c takes d6 here or something. I was wondering how bad this actually is, but probably quite bad. Having said that, like the lines there look like they might be salvageable. We'll see. We'll see. Like, it looks like I might be able to.
Unless if they don't play it.
Yeah, if they don't play it, we will not
see.
Yeah.
Sam taking his time here. Is this so hopeless? Like, I can see the computer thinks so. Just over the board. Can't we think, I don't know, if we're not losing the pawn straight away, it's not so bad, is it? Maybe we are losing the pawn straight away.
Yeah, it gets to the a-pawn and it puts a lot of pressure on Black to find a way not to lose straight away.
Double attack.
Yeah. Bishop
That's
strong.
my move.
Yeah. Yeah. Like if we don't take on g7 here, if we actually have to make a random move, we probably don't win at all. But move by move, it does appear to be collapsing. But yeah, your point is, I think your point is absolutely correct that you can definitely imagine this getting to the stage where the win is either extremely difficult or just not available at all. Even in the line we showed, one more tempo for black is probably enough to hold.
Problem is you're not getting that tempo. Here, Compy says this.
But this is still lost, yeah. The point is you do win the pawn back, but the b pawn is just so quick that it just ends up costing you the piece here, and your king is not going to be fast enough to get to the white king side.
Yeah, and King D3 played by Sam.
Yeah,
doesn't even want to spend a tempo on Bishop B8. And he's probably he's probably calculated that this is winning, which according to the computer it is.
Mm-hmm.
So still F5. Sorry. And then maybe you can go Bishop E5.
Well, he took on G3.
Action. He does take, okay.
Took on G3. This is like, it's one of those kind of weird double bluff situations where I would be very scared to allow this pawn ending with white, but I would also be incredibly scared to take on G3 just for fear that it's completely losing, and I could have, sort of maintained decent drawing chances by keeping the knight on. Apparently, there's only King C4 is winning here, judging by what I see on my screen, and I think pawn endings like this, they are all about calculation, and generally speaking, we could spend like the next half an hour moving pieces around on the board, and maybe we would have gotten to the correct answers, but the engines are just so much faster.
It might be a good practical decision, because this F5 Bishop E5 position, you probably lose without a fight. Well, here, at least white has to make some apparently only-ish moves. Not that I understand anything. Why King C4 would be winning, and then after any move, B4 wins, but B4 directly is not winning. Okay, I guess it makes some sense, but it's still a bit confusing.
Yeah, this is
apparently trash.
Yeah, and in some cases, it actually allows you. I saw some positions where it was actually playing A4, A6, A5 check king somewhere and allowing B6 and saying that this is a fortress because the white king cannot get in. Like H5, A4, A6. Yeah,
shall not pass.
It was okay. It's no longer saying that. For a second there, it was saying that, but it's no longer saying that. Okay, that would have been quite
a draw. Anyway, if Sam starts with King C4, I guess the difference is King D6, King B5, and we run here. Now start pushing.
Yeah, we just go before B5, B6. I think very simply.
We don't even go A4.
Yeah, we just go before B5, B6, and then start running towards the other side. Yeah. And black doesn't actually generate a passer quickly enough on the king side to do anything about it.
Double pawns are good defenders. And Sam does go King C4, which it is the logical move, of course, but still. Good job.
Very much so. And in terms of
Sam.
In terms of breaking news, Nikita just straight up resigned after Rook H7, which is somewhat surprising, but not at all unjustified in terms of how bad the position was. And apparently Vidit is just no longer even better. And I did want to say that, Vladimir is very, very good at being extremely slippery. And it seems like he may have gotten away with yet another one in this week. Nimzo that he's been defending.
Yeah, we talked about this bishop f5 moment, where after rook b1, it's really.
Yeah, you don't like
No.
rook b1 is a difficult move, but even if you sort of keep the tension in some kind, rook h8 is such a big mistake. Whoa.
This was
Apparently
winning. Rook h8 isn't for some reason.
Yeah. It's move 40. This is so cruel because I think you just play rook h8 simply because you know you get to the time control, and it can't really be that bad, right? Like you tell yourself what could possibly be a reason for this to be bad. But apparently you are no longer in time to develop the same mating that you can develop here after d3, d2. Here d2 loses to check on rook dh1, and black king apparently just gets mated. Even this is not all that obvious. Like, how does rook c1 lose?
Oh, sorry.
Rook h7, rook h6, and after king f5, there is something. Now, this I can imagine being made, but where's the mate after king f5? Bishop d. I like bishop d6 even more. Yeah, bishop d7 is also cute, but bishop d6 is just completely abandoning our dominance on the long diagonal and just going, yeah, rook f8 or g4. This is very cute. And for some reason, this is no longer an option for him in the current position. So if we give a check on h8 as he did, and after king f7, we go bishop b5 there. Why is this so different?
Sorry?
Yeah, if you go bishop b5 here, instead of rook h7 check. I'm trying to figure out what the difference is.
The rook gets traded.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so you and actually you give a check on c2 first, specifically because after takes, bishop c3 is no longer a move white can make because knight e2 check. Yeah, if this just ends up being a draw now, it's going to be very, very big chance missed, of course. He played rook h7 check instead of bishop b5. I'm guessing with the intention of playing rook g7 maybe after king g8.
This is still checkmate.
Yeah, this is still not great. So the king has to go back. Yeah.
Here, this is not checkmate.
Let's say rook b7.
Draw.
Yeah, rook b7, but yeah, rook a7 is just a perpetual. I was wondering if we can go rook b7 instead and take the bishop on b5, but I'm guessing there is some reason it doesn't quite work. Previous move.
So let's have a look around. Pratke Yu Yang ended peacefully. MVL Mamadirov we've seen with this perpetual after an exciting game. Shirov game was much of a game. Tabatabai, the game is also over. Yeah. Hare Krishna won't be thrilled that he stepped into this eternal queen hunt, but yeah, he made some mistakes earlier, allowing Tabatabai to stay in the game. Anish has won after rook h7. Nikita just resigned with queen h5 incoming. And yeah, moves to 2 out of 2. Things are looking good in terms of qualification for Anish Giri. Bakro and Draken might still be going on a while. Bakro fighting for a draw here in his endgame. And in Shankland Grischuk, as we can see.
Yeah.
All the white. White is winning this pawn endgame. Here, yeah, it looks like this might end peacefully soon.
Yeah, it might, and very difficult to imagine how you make a mistake from the black side. And rook h7 is an indication that Vidit also maybe doesn't see how to make any progress. Yeah, this is a slightly different way of converting, I guess, because after king c4, Sasha didn't spend a tempo trying to protect the a7 pawn, and yeah, this is why pawn endings are so confusing. Like if we go to move 34 here, king c4, h5, yeah, you can just go king b5, king e6, king a7, but this apparently isn't great. But king c5 is. Yeah, like this suddenly is. Yeah, this suddenly is just
to push. But after king c5, the king.
Yeah,
can get to these guys. So if you go e5, you're still on time to keep an eye on them.
Yeah. And what happens?
Sam seems to have it all figured out.
Yeah, he is very, like, he obviously. There are famous pictures of him training, specifically his calculating skills. So,
wow. How does it look like? Like this?
Yes, very much like this. Yes.
So yeah, this game might last a while.
Or not? Yeah, we'll see, because maybe there will be some kind of a sharp denouement, and either black wins or they don't. But wasn't Pintala winning? Yeah, Pintala was definitely winning at one point, Faith.
So 3 games left.
Yeah, this is the one with the intrigue seemingly still alive, even though Fedoseev still not making a move after rook h7 check is making me wonder if he is planning to suddenly start playing for a win here with black, but that would probably be unnecessary, risky, and other things of that nature.
So if his king went over here, but according to Compy Boy, the only winning move is pawn to a4. Is that an obvious move?
No, no. And I guess this is why he's thinking, yeah, because in general, getting the king away from the box in the corner is a very attractive proposition. And yeah, here we can still go do our rook c2, rook c1 dance, and it still probably saves us the game.
Also not better for black, should be said.
Yeah. Still not a winning attempt, but probably does save us the game. After d2 and then knight b3, creating a bishop b2 idea.
Bishop c3 or king f2. Like saying, even if you calculate all this, you can't win. So if he thinks king j8 is a draw, could go with that.
But maybe he's just kind of chilling because
there's move 41 as well.
Yeah. Still has time over left over from the first time control, and yeah, he by this point he's been defending a very, very difficult position for quite a while.
Resigned after a4.
Yeah, you just don't create a passer. The issue for black here is that they just don't create a passer at all. Because yeah, once you play e5, king d5 just wins very, very comfortably.
At some point.
Yeah. So yeah, Sasha really having a horrible event, but I think after not only the game yesterday, but also the post-game press conference, it was quite clear that he's not really all there, and difficult to play chess in that state.
And Fedoseev does go king e8. What is this move? A4, bishop takes, bishop f6. What's the trick is just now the rook can take on d3.
Yeah.
Rook c3, and yeah, there's just no defense to.
Yeah, first of all, there's no defense, and secondly, your d2 rook c1 counterplay is not really counterplay anymore, because it can always be met by rook c1 king e2, and you're just not getting anywhere at all. Yeah, it's just empty. It's quite
He has to find a4 not to win.
It's quite striking how just how much he pushes the envelope, Vlad. Because I'm pretty sure he realized King G8 is very playable. I don't like he's not even playing for a win. He's just playing.
Let's continue.
Yeah. It just there's a game to continue, so he's continuing the game. Yeah, and EV calculations be damned. Could be very costly here.
Do you think Vita is going to play a4 though? Such a tricky move, like Bishop f6.
It is a very tricky move, but
it's logical once you see it.
Yeah,
as always.
Yeah. What's the problem? Yeah, Bishop a6. I was about to ask. Yeah.
What's the difference here?
Rook dh1, rook c3, rook a7, and
it's important that the bishop is hanging. Or that the bishop can't get to.
Can't get to e8, I guess. Yeah.
E8, yeah. So no king d8. It's just checkmate.
Yeah, I think the trick there is just to consider a4 at all.
Yeah.
Because I think as soon as you think of the a4 as a move, you realize it's just a positive free roll for you, because it kind of never makes your position worse and might make your position better. But yeah, the trick is just to include it in your calculations in the first place, because everything else is fine. It's just not winning, but you're not running any risks or anything.
Yeah, you need the bishop to step in on e8. Like this line, king d8, it's just fine for black. King.
Yeah, the pawn on g3 does look like it will provide plenty of counterplay.
Read it. 24 minutes. Is he going to be able to do it? My money's on no. A4, it looks like such a sideshow with your bishop hanging and you're calculating and we can get to the king.
Yeah. Sadly, I think I'm with you on this. Yeah, I think it's unlikely, but if he does play it, it's a very, very impressive feat of calculation, and kind of also like immediately brings to mind, or at least I don't know how immediate it should be, but there's this famous example from I think it made its way into the book very many people dislike with a passion, the Think Like a Grandmaster. There is an example there where White is launching a mating attack on the king side, and all of the direct ways of giving that mate never work. And you're supposed to eventually realize that having a check from the a3 square will be very useful in some of those lines. And that is supposed to lead you to the idea of just starting with a3, a4 for no reason. But it's slightly more direct here, I think, since it does attack a piece.
Thinking. So what's the alternative with normal play?
Yeah, you play something bishop
check apparently to chase the king away. Yeah. Here. Yeah, rook h1 or rook takes, I guess, come down to similar things. Takes looks somewhat more normal. Takes, d2. And yeah, apparently it ends peacefully. Also not obvious this is a draw to me, but...
Yeah, White is still maybe a bit better here, but...
Well, I can try to capture the pawn, no?
Yeah, I mean...
g4. This looks like...
Like a normal move, yeah. But this apparently is a mistake, because, yeah, this is very similar. I mean, it's not as bad as the Shankland Grischuk endgame, but it's still quite annoying for black.
This looks how a human game could go, no?
Absolutely, yeah. They don't call him Winish for nothing, says Winish Giri. Very true. They just don't call him Winish at all, but they also don't call him Winish for nothing.
You think he gets Winish for nothing and the chicks for free?
Also possible. Yeah. That kind of dates us. Because, yeah. Not only, you know, like songs about music being on MTV is even older than music being on MTV, right? Because currently there are neither, as far as I can tell.
I haven't watched MTV in like 10 years. I have no idea. What are they doing? They probably have they have these reality shows, no?
Yeah, I think
so, whatever it's called.
They're very much in the reality.
Sounds like my kind of channel.
Yeah. You should go back. Admit your mistakes. Yeah, the golden age of MTV with like Beavis and Butthead and the actual music. That's what I grew up on. I don't know if you've ever had there used to be a very topical discussion when I was much, much younger, but it kind of completely disappeared. Yeah, the chess, sort of the chess inspirations for Beavis and Butthead. Like if we want to find real life models for those two paragons of humanity in the chess
inspirations. So before Beavis and Butthead?
No, I mean not before, but sort of finding people in the chess world who correspond to those two.
Huh. I'm not that familiar with the work of Beavis and Butthead.
Seriously? That is very, very stunning to me.
No, like I know the characters, but I've never watched it regularly. I don't know. I can't think of anybody in the chess world that's into heavy metal and weird laughing, which is what I associate with them.
Yeah. It's as I said, it's not as topical anymore, and I have a feeling half the chat doesn't even know what we're talking about, which is, I think, very normal.
Chat is old. Like a down market SpongeBob SquarePants. That sounds about right.
We old brah, says Pillow Crew. Yeah. Aren't we all? Let's hear you both go, Let's not.
I really don't. I'm really not very familiar with them. It's like, are they both doing that, or is it only Beavis? Who's the brains of?
I haven't actually watched. I haven't watched any in so long, and I had one of my very, very prized possessions was kind of a small, like calling it a book is maybe slightly overstating the case there, but there was a book called Beavis and Butthead Do Hollywood, I think, which was a gift. And then I brought it, I think, to the Lista Olympiad in '96. And it was either stolen or more likely I just forgot it somewhere. And I really haven't really recovered from that blow ever since. It was absolutely heartbreaking.
They both have a giggle, but they're a bit different. Butthead is the one that most imitate. All right. No, frankly, no. I'm not going to catch up. Doesn't sound like it's holding up well.
Yeah, and since we've been staring at this position for a while, apparently we missed Andreikin's game finishing in a draw somehow, which is a bit surprising because it didn't seem like...
he didn't continue? Oh.
He just straight up didn't continue, yeah. Didn't think he was better, which is, yeah, it is a bit weird because it doesn't look like it's such an obvious easy draw for white after, a waiting move. I couldn't even work out why we can't take on before, to be honest. I guess Rook B2 actually catches the knight there. Okay, that explains this part. Yeah, it does feel like Etienne managed to set up some kind of a defensive perimeter, which wasn't difficult, which wasn't easy to break into, but still expected that game to go on for a bit.
Yeah. Maybe Andrakin also satisfied with his tournament situation after winning with Black yesterday and to draw today. Then again, if he thought he was better, he would have pushed.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure he would have continued if he thought he had legitimate winning chances. Yeah, which means this group actually finishes for today. Andrakin is on 1.5 out of 2. Shankland is on 1.5 out of 2. Etienne is on -1. And Sasha is on -2. No points so far. That doesn't add up. That doesn't add up at all.
Sorry, what was your breakdown? Andrakin is...
Etienne is on 50% because, yeah, of course, Etienne is on 50%.
Etienne has 2 draws.
Yeah. For some reason, I gave Etienne a -1. Yeah, so 2 people on +1, Etienne on 50%, and Sasha dead last on 0 out of 2, of course. Yeah, not the greatest of starts, putting it mildly.
So we're down to 1 game. Vidit versus Fedoseev. And the big question is, can Vidit spot the study-like win with pawn to a4? The point being that if the bishop takes here, after bishop f6, the bishop no longer covers the d3 pawn, so the rook escapes and white is winning in the attack. While if the bishop stays on this diagonal, the bishop loses sight of the e8 square, which does not sound like such a big deal, but it's actually lethal for black, because here there's no way to cover against rook h8 mate. Well, with the bishop on b5, you could play bishop king to d8 in such a position.
And we are, being shown up as non-believers because it's on the board, apparently.
He played a4? Wow, congratulations to Vidit. That is very impressive.
It is genuinely very impressive. Like the excitement here is not faked for once. I thought it was a very difficult move to find.
Boom.
And honestly, from here, I think he actually wins because this is the one difficult decision. All the solutions after whatever black plays in response are very easily understandable. It was just finding the move and just starting to calculate it. That was the trick. So yeah, a very, very confusing decision on move 41 by Fedoseev, because as we've mentioned, it's not as if king e8 is a winning attempt. So why not make the move that severely limits the white options by attacking the rook on h7? Sometimes sort of your love of adventure and your attempt to make things interesting at all times do backfire, it feels like.
Yeah, this one he did to himself, although yeah, he was asking for it all game really, but then when he was just back, there was one try too many. Chess-wise, it's also very easy to miss a4, though, should be said, and him, yeah, fighting and mixing it and being exciting. It's not something we usually criticize in chess commentary. Just, yeah, backfired here.
Yeah, and I mean, specifically in this tournament, it's just so unnecessary, because if this was just a very strong tournament, I think even if he ends up missing a4, your opponent ends up finding a4 and you lose the game, the fighting spirit that Vladimir continues showing pretty much every single event is excellent, and will win you more fans, and will just be an excellent quality, even if of course nobody likes losing games. But this is a part of the World Championship qualification cycle, so actually maximizing your EV is not such a bad idea. And he also, like, the way he failed to qualify in Berlin in the first leg was also kind of a very typical Fedoseev end to an excellent tournament, because I think he was on +2 before the last round, and then he lost in round 6, and that allowed Radek to overtake him, and then Radek and Richie played a tiebreak, which resulted in, I think, Ricci progressing to the semis.
Play once more here. King G8 apparently saved the game, forcing White to either give up Petrov or to commit his rook to G7, where it's not doing so great. And after King E8, the only way to win was pawn to A4, because Bishop F6, Rook C2 check, King G3, Rook C1 is a draw according to the computer. But after A4, there's just nothing Black can do. If he takes AB5, it's not so much the material, but that this king is getting mated, and that without this bishop D2 followed by Rook C1 is not a big threat anymore. Like here, White can just defend his rook. So rook takes C3, AB is lost. The bishop takes the pawn. Then, yeah, that's what makes the difference in this line after bishop F6. Let's say Rook C2, King G3, Rook C1. Of course, there are other moves here, but they also don't work for Black. Now this rook escapes and helps checkmating this king eventually, also taking the biggest Black threat. And if the bishop moves along this diagonal, bishop C4, or more naturally, bishop A6, keeping an eye on this, then it's just checkmate, because the bishop can no longer throw himself into the line of fire on E8 here after King D8, Rook H8.
Yeah, and somewhat importantly, I think, even though it probably isn't as winning, after bishop A6, there's also a kind of a backup option of just going rook takes A7 first, and after rook takes C3, yes, rook H1 is back into that position, but we can also take on A6, and you know, you have to suspect you're winning even there. But you of course see rook
H4. At A4, he's gonna spot mate in 3.
Having gotten here, you realize just how strong rook H1 is. So yeah, as we've mentioned earlier, from here, decisions become much easier to figure out for Vidit. So he is most likely going to win the game now. So in terms of, we did sort of the roundup of things game by game, but what about standings in other groups? Because we've been talking about almost really only the Giri group in this one. What's happening in the other two?
Let's have a look.
Let me just figure this out. So in the actually, we haven't really discussed this group. In this group, with Vidit winning this game, he'll be on +1, and that so far I think is the only no. Sheriff lost yesterday, right? So Vidit will actually be on 2 out of 2. I figured it out eventually. Vidit beat Sheriff yesterday, and the Rappert for the save game ended in a draw, and Rappert also drew today. So Vidit will be on 2 out of 2. Rappert is on 50%, and Sheriff and Fideseev will be on -1 if this game ends as we think it will end. And in the MVL group,
it's on the screen now.
all 4 draws.
Drew every game in the MVL group. So all to play for. Some eventful action between MVL and Schach today, but no one's won a game. Anish won both of his games.
Yeah. Team Anish in general doing very well in the event so far. Anish on 100%, Vidit likely to be on 100%. So
is he still Team Anish?
In my heart.
Or is Anish Team Vidit?
I don't know.
But yeah.
I don't know, Kev.
Together, they have 400% if Vidit wins this one.
That's a lot of 100%.
Yeah.
Specifically 400%.
Fedoseev now will take quite some time calculating the lines, but he will come to the conclusion. None of the lines work, which, yeah, won't be a good feeling.
Yeah, that's going to be a kind of a sad half an hour, because he does take time when he realizes there's things that need figuring out. It's just that sometimes there's just no solution to the problem you've created for yourself.
Winish Giri is saying, stop disrespecting Anish. Us? We would never disrespect Anish.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was addressing it to us or to somebody in chat, and I tried reading up and got basically as far as the opinion that finding A4 is possible for any player above 2000, but the chance you find it is a lot higher if you're rated 2700 than 2000. And my brain is just stalling, trying to figure out if I agree or disagree with this, and whether I really need to agree or disagree with this, more importantly. The answer to the second one probably is just no.
Why is the cutoff 2000? You can't play A4 if you're 1800? Just the chances increase with the rating, no?
Yeah. Bishop takes A4 played. The only winning move here is Bishop F6, but I think it's not difficult.
Now that he's played A4, it's unlikely he's going to stumble. Second step, Rook D3. Actually, Rook D3 is less stupid than I thought. I was going to say it doesn't make sense because of Knight C1. Then there's Rook D4. So it makes some sense.
Yeah, Bishop B5 does save the game, though, yeah.
Yeah, I do agree that the better you are, the more likely you are to find moves. It's probably not limited to A4 in this very position.
Yeah, that's a kind of a nice universal statement that could be made into a copy pasta and shared widely. As
the better you look, the more you see. I think that's Brett Easton Ellis. I shouldn't take credit. Show A4 played. Vidit taking his time.
A4 is the best move on paper. That is an underrated comment.
In an increasingly paperless world, is A4 still a good move? Is he gonna do this?
Yeah, he's left himself not a lot of time, but yeah, these decisions do seem natural. There's a very curious attempt here for black, but after Bishop F6, I briefly saw an idea of going Rook C2 check and Knight D4 on my screen. And I got, like, Rook takes D3 wins. I was just wondering if Bishop takes D4 actually doesn't win here, but it also does. Or E4, anything. Yeah, it's just... I thought it was clever, but it's just a way to avoid getting mated with Rook E7 and Rook H1. Yeah. And this is, of course, the big threat. Rook takes D3 this is why we played A4, but the threat we create by playing Bishop F6 is to play Rook E7, Rook H1, and Rook H8 mate. And that is very difficult to stop. Wonder why Vidit doesn't move. He saw this as deeps. He's double checking or triple checking or quadruple checking by this point, but it's a very natural reaction because you don't want to mess it up. You feel like you've been given a second chance to win this game, and you want to make sure you're not missing something. But he will play it. In fact, it has already been played on my other screen. So
wow, You have a different screen where you get the moves early?
Yeah. I got access. Yeah. Bishop f6.
Same with like, do you get Elden Ring a week early as well?
No. That would make me. I am. There's apparently a huge controversy. You know, in the least surprising twist in the world of twists, gamers are unhappy about how a game they've been waiting for quite some time is being covered in gaming magazines. So there's some very heated discussions about why the Elden Ring is reviewed the way it's being reviewed. What
are the reviews? No good? I thought everyone
reviews are basically all like 9.5 out of 10, and they all compare Elden Ring to Mass Effect 2, which resulted in the gamers creating a conspiracy theory that basically all the reviewers were given money and talking points to say the exact same thing.
Is the Pilberta stream gonna be playing Elden Ring shortly? I think in order to keep streaming, you're obliged to play like 50 hours of Elden Ring.
I'm really hoping not, because the Souls games sound like I would never progress past the first creature I encounter. They look like they require some manual dexterity and things.
But this one is different. It's open world. It's easier. It's more accessible. Still challenging. I've never played it. E5 played.
E5 played, yeah, and now choices are, well, I mean, more than one move is winning, but bishop takes g5. If you can continue preserving the threat of rook e7, rook h1, rook h8, why wouldn't you? Don't really watch the IPL Winish. I might once they get to the. I sometimes watch like the semis and the finals, but I don't watch the regular season.
Alicant Battery is saying, I just downloaded ER. I've logged 20 minutes so far, LOL. Just wait till George Clooney gets there. It does improve greatly.
Yeah, anything in the world is greatly improved by George Clooney getting there. I think is. And I remember I somehow was completely unaware of that story, and then I just randomly learned about the tequila story, and I thought, God damn. Like, how does one man do, everything so well? It's just.
So you're saying George Clooney is even rich?
He's somewhat well off now, yeah. But it wasn't even the fact that he got rich, but like simply, deciding to start a small bootleg operation of tequila you and your friends like the taste of, and then selling it for like $1 billion.
Doesn't that sound a little bit like marketing, though? I'm George Clooney. I started this small bootleg operation. Me and my friends like the taste of. Not criticism, just asking questions.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, sure. I'm considering all the points here, but still, God damn.
G5.
Yeah, bishop g5 played, and now things start collapsing because d3 is still hanging, mate is still being threatened on the king side, and we still haven't really developed any kind of counterplay at all, so yeah. Not going to be great.
Okay. What about Batman? That's an excellent question.
What about Batman? Be more specific with your feedback.
I think the point is that George Clooney's version of Batman with the nipples on the costume wasn't as beloved as other Batmans. So there's also a lot of hardship for George Clooney.
Yeah, I'll concede this point. Yeah.
Chad wants to know who your favorite Batman is. We all know it's Adam West.
This, takes away any...
No cricket jokes allowed here. Just straight up Batman answers.
Yeah. I mean, everybody knows it's Adam West, so why bother replying?
Is it Adam West?
Absolutely is Adam West.
I have a feeling it really is Adam West.
I don't actually have an opinion on the matter because I don't think I've watched any Adam West. But
okay, then who is your favorite Batman of the ones you've watched?
Keaton, maybe?
Oh, dark. I'm team Christian Bale, as we know. I'm much, much younger than you. For my generation, Christian Bale is our Batman. Like this Keaton.
Yeah, he is very much a Batman.
Wow.
Of record.
That's the new movie is called The Batman, no? It's not just a Batman. Although some people have claimed that a Batman would be a more appropriate title because there's been plenty other Batman.
Yeah. City Chess says, I'm 67, Bale is the man.
There you go.
And so, very, very strong statement in that I have now encountered somebody in chat who is older than me. And that normally is a position reserved strictly for Lorinda and nobody else.
Lorinda's older than you?
Yeah.
Wow. Was Val Kilmer ever Batman? Or am I just imagining this like some fever dream?
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
We don't know, right? No one knows.
Yeah, we kind of, we suspect, but we don't know.
Someone is saying, oh yeah, my favorite? Val Kilmer is your favorite Batman? Like I've let a lot of attacks slide today in the Twitch chat. But Val Kilmer, your favorite Batman? We're not supposed to react?
Yeah. Telegato says, I thought Christian Bale was Bateman. It's
a good point.
Also a very, very, very good point, well made, yeah.
Also, while we're on that topic, Michael Keaton is both in Batman and in Birdman.
And famously, Bat was voted New Zealand's Bird of the Year for 2020. So maybe Michael Keaton had a hand in that.
Seriously?
Yes.
They thought, with all this talk about COVID origin, let's make the Bat our Bird of the Year. That's a hot take, New Zealand. Birdman is trash. It's a fantastic movie. I do love Birdman.
But bats aren't even birds, says Ponsac000. Shows how little you know. Not only are they birds, they're birds of the year. Which is about as bird as you can get.
Mm-hmm. 94. The only bird I really dislike is 1F4.
Yeah, it got no love in my new series either.
He's saying Arnold was my favorite Terminator. Yeah. Team. What's his name? Jason Patrick?
Yeah. Robert Patrick, but...
Robert Patrick. Who's
Yeah.
Jason Patrick? It's a different actor.
Also, like it's kind of disgusting how long it took me to realize that it is Jesus, that it is him in the Peacemaker. He got old. I'm sure it's also makeup, but he also got old. It's unfair.
I think I look a little bit like Robert Patrick in Terminator. Bishop g5, knight c5.
I don't know how to react to that. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Now we go and
Not a brag.
we go for the mate. Rook dh1 and the position starts collapsing.
Yeah. There's trouble for the king.
Hmm. Yeah, you can avoid getting mated immediately after rook dh1, but that costs you your entire center if white wants to cash in, or you can also continue attacking after knight d7. Yeah, but I think the easiest is just to go rook e7, rook e5, rook d5. I think that kind of provokes the immediate resignation. He's gone king f8. Yeah, now rook a7. Yeah, rook a7, king g8, and then something. Yeah. Yeah, this is probably the most efficient because
Wait, does he?
yeah, d2 we go rook a g7, bishop b7, bishop c5, and that is very, very sufficient. Okay, hot topic, on the topics of things that will get you banned from Tom Nichols' Twitter. What do you think about Idris Elba as Bond?
Is this happening?
It might be happening, yeah.
I haven't followed up the debate. I think it'll be good, isn't he? How old is he now? Like, this topic has been around for like 20 years. How old is Idris Elba?
50-ish, I would say. I don't know, but like it.
How old is Bond supposed to be?
Well, I mean, Bond is 104, whatever, but it's kind of irrelevant.
He's only quote unquote 49. Idris Elba. Oh, okay. That's still okay.
Yeah, don't go there here, says Xenomorphy. I'm pretty sure I can handle the topic without provoking too many hot takes. Because I basically want to discuss the hot take that was making the rounds at some point. The point being that whether we should be valuing Bond as he was created by Fleming, or if we want to just create yet another franchise of, a super spy with no discernible characteristics apart from being good at killing people. Depending on the answer of this question, you can go in various directions, obviously. But Bond, as he was written by Fleming, was clearly he's not a very good person.
No?
Not particularly, no.
My youth has been a lie.
And he's also definitely a little bit racist. So
at least he's not sexist.
Yeah, he has some redeeming qualities. So making Elba play that character is a little bit weird. But if we just want to make, Elba is a fantastic actor. He will be very, very good at the role. It's just that it will no longer be the Bond that Fleming wrote, which you don't really need to care about, obviously.
Has it been the Bond that Fleming wrote ever in like public perception? Like Sean Connery's Bond, he's not perceived to be a villain, right? Or even.
No, villain, obviously not. But
Or like an anti-hero. I understand he is, but I'm saying if for an actor to get the role, I don't think we have to factor in if Bond was written as a horrible person or not.
Yeah, I mean, but like as usual, I'm sort of less interested in the take than I was interested in the reaction to the take, because people took very, very great umbrage with the idea that there might be a problem with casting a black actor as a racist. Even though I think it shouldn't really be such a controversial idea, that there should be some questions at least asked about it. But yeah,
I don't know. I have never read any of the Bonds. For me, like, obviously I was joking about the sexism, the racism from the movies, which I haven't watched very carefully. It didn't stand.
Yeah, I think the movies are the modern movies definitely aren't in that vein, but I think the earlier ones might still have some of that present.
Interesting. I feel people care less about Bond in general now, but what do we care about? Like, there aren't that many franchises out there that everyone is familiar with, has an opinion on. No, I would think Bond is still pretty big.
Yeah, Bond could be wrong. Yeah, and once again, judging by how much shit Tom Nichols got for that opinion, people still definitely care. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, obviously, Elba would be excellent. It's just it basically is just saying completely goodbye to the dickish person that Fleming wrote, which might not be a bad thing. It's a different.
Elba can play a dickish person.
Okay, I mean, I think at least I tried making some sense. Maybe, you know.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be facetious. I just think, that the color of the skin of the actor doesn't have to play a role in how we see it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not very well versed in the debate or in how Bond was originally meant to be. Pawn to e4.
Yeah, still wins.
Play Stringer Bell. Some people say Stringer Bell wasn't as nice as I always thought.
Yeah, that is probably a fair point. That's probably a fair point. Yeah, and e4 is definitely, you know, not a mistake, because not even needing to calculate d3, d2 is a good thing. You can provoke d4 and then go rook h7 anyway, and go back to your ideas of giving mate on the back rank without having to even consider the d-pawn queening at any point. So, yeah.
I agree, Chet. That'd be a great Bond villain. It's very unfair. Christoph Waltz has the market cornered for German villains. He's Austrian.
I'm not going to go there.
Okay, let's see how much we can get cancelled in one day. Pawn to e4. Vidit, win already. Hans Landa is the greatest villain of all time. I think we talked about this recently. I rewatched Inglourious Bastards, and I'm so blown away how good that movie is. I didn't have that experience the first time.
Yeah. Yeah, d4 rook h7 on the board, and yeah, now that we have also connected to the d2 square, we can dedicate as white dedicate our entire energy to just finding the mate and delivering the mate, and shouldn't be very difficult. And somebody asked in chat if this is the last game running. It is very much the very, very last game running. So yeah, since it's also not as unclear as it used to be at one point, we are freestyling a little bit, discussing greatest villains and things of that nature.
Anton Chigurh is being brought up. But that haircut, how scary can you be with that haircut?
Let me look that up. I don't actually know what.
Greatest villains are Jim and Pam in The Office. That's my current position. So mean to Dwight.
Yeah, I should actually. So it's kind of disgusting because I've been meaning to, find an appropriate evening where I won't be distracted and watch No Country for Old Men. And I've been meaning to do that, obviously, for the last 10 plus years. And no appropriate evening apparently has happened in the last 10 years. So maybe it's just not meant to be.
So you've never seen it, or you meant to rewatch it?
No, I've legitimately never seen it.
Oh, okay. I haven't really had the urge to rewatch it. I think I've seen it probably twice, but yeah, it's a good movie, but not exactly a fun watch, I will say.
Yeah, I kind of knew that going in, and that was why I thought, okay, I need to find an evening where I feel like I will be in the mood for that kind of an experience, and then I've been postponing it, and yeah, by this point, feels like maybe it's not meant to be. In the current position, Rook HE7 is the cleanest, creating mating threats and getting all of the black pieces in the crosshairs, but other moves win as well. Like you can just go like Bishop G5, G2, I think currently is an option Machine doesn't dislike either. Or, yeah, Rook B7, not bad. Still wins. Just
does look aesthetically pleasing. Keeping an eye on this. Yeah. Let's see what Vita does. Tipsy Toon is asking, what's your daughter's favorite movie? Yeah, currently it's Encanto, and there are no other movies for her. She just wants to watch Encanto every single day. She can be talked into watching a series, like Miraculous is a big thing in our household. But movie-wise, it's not Encanto, not that interested. It's a good movie, Encanto, but yeah, doesn't get better the 13th viewing, in my experience.
Yeah.
Bishop D2 played.
Very few things survive 34 viewings without becoming a little stale.
Yeah. No, Bluey. I love Bluey. She's not that obsessed with Bluey. It's really good, though. Bitaralta is saying, are you guys interested in Korean thrillers? Very much so. I've watched both Memories of Murder and Memoirs of a Murderer.
Yeah, Jan at some point introduced the idea of watching Burning to me, which I eventually did like 2 years later. And
did you like it? We must have talked about it.
Yeah, enjoyed it greatly. I think it's a very, very good movie. But I at some point I even made a list of things I kind of needed to watch in terms of the Korean over, and then obviously never did.
Yes. Still a lot for me to watch there, but I'm hardly disappointed after I did some research, found some recommended Korean thriller. I'm usually enjoying the experience. Rook C2 played here. This is no longer a thriller after King E3, which will be played.
Yeah.
Like it's just too tied up to create any...
Vidit left himself a minute, which is like the one thing here that creates any kind of intrigue at all. But yeah, the position is very, very safely winning, because once we've settled the issues, like King E3 is just a move you make without thinking really, and then you can switch back to creating threats on the other side of the board. yeah, will be a real shock if anything drastic changes in the evaluation of this position. Yeah, I was pretty sure something like, I guess you can't really create a mating threat when both bishop e8 and knight f8 are available as a defense. So you do have to spend a tempo on gf at least to not have to think about it again. But after that, things will start collapsing.
Vidit. He does win his games. He does take his time. Maybe it's just in my head. It felt like in Vike, a lot of Vidit games were also extremely long. Especially in the early rounds. He was grinding out points.
Yeah.
Now the great start for Vidit.
I start remembering some of those, but yeah, it feels like it was a lifetime ago somehow. A month and a half. Yeah, and now rook e7 does create enough threats for things to, I guess, get wrapped up really quickly.
What movies is chat saying? Old Boy we've seen, Train to Busan I've seen. Yeah, it's good, but it's not my favorite genre. Burning seems to be polarizing. Doug Galvin is saying Burning was so bad I could hardly believe it. I refuse to believe people are serious when they say they like or even love that movie. I am very serious that I really like that movie.
Not joking at all. Yeah, I enjoyed it greatly.
What shall we watch? The Handmaiden I've seen. The Chaser, I don't think I've seen that. I'll have a look. All right, rook e7, not threatening mate just yet, but what can you do? d5, rook e8.
Yeah.
Knight c5, I guess. I was going to say here, but yeah, just taking.
Even just taking on e5 and then eventually recreating the same threats over again. Yeah, this is just...
The king shall get taken.
Yep.
This is it.
It is very much it, yeah.
You think I can still win this arena tournament? Magnus is playing and I'm starting 2 hours late. My chances might not be that good.
Yeah, you'll have to.
I'll have to play risky openings, like
very risky openings.
Italian with d3 and c3.
Have we watched The Big Short?
I've seen that.
What kind of a question is that? Yeah. How do you not watch The Big Short?
I watch anything Adam McKay does, but I am still a bigger fan of the silly comedies than the new series Adam McKay.
Although apparently there was a kind of a funny sub-story where the guy The Big Short is based on. It's
Nigel Short. Nigel Short.
Yeah, him. He tweeted something along the lines of, "Okay, guys, I can't stand it anymore. How do you short Bitcoin?" And Crypto Bros got very upset.
It's not a big Bitcoin guy, huh?
I'm not sure. I think he was just kind of watching with not a great degree of interest, and then at some point he thought, okay, this is too much. I kind of need to get in on the action. And the action he wanted to get in on was very specifically doing that thing again, the thing he got very famous for.
Shorting?
Yeah. And yeah, Dr. Michael Burry, yeah. He's on Twitter apparently, and he did say something on Twitter, and there was a lot of NGMI comments in replies. Never gonna make it.
NGMI.
Yeah.
Oh, I was wondering, money gonna make it? This might be the end, no?
Yeah. Although 96 actually doesn't, like, weirdly doesn't lose
Can we
material.
hope for something here like this? And I don't know.
Yeah, this is still
even this is fairly hopeless.
Even though shockingly the rook actually gets to the f file, so you have to continue. But rook a8 in the
best
end.
case scenario for black, but still completely lost.
Yeah, rook e5 apparently was much faster, but yeah, nobody really cares. Bishop b7 played. It's a kind of a strange choice because, like, you just never save that position. In terms of positions you might be saving, I think knight e6 maybe is a better option because now you just take on b7 twice, and that is just so completely lost.
This you would resign in most blitz games, no?
Yeah. As long as there's 1 second increment, I think I'm not continuing here. Yeah, he took on c5, but it doesn't really matter.
Leads to a similar scenario.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually... I mean, no, there's king e4. I was going to say, after rook c5, rook b7, rook d5, you might be forced to actually let the king out of the cage there because you want to play rook b3, but you actually don't want to play rook b3. You just go king e4 and win, with the king still being cut off on the back rank. John Compton says, too early for predictions on group winners, and Jake says, hot take, I think Anish wins Group B. That is a sizzling hot take.
That's too early.
But it's also too early. But it's...
Reading up on, what's the name, Michael Burry. He also shorted Tesla. Yeah, he seems to be into the shorting thing. Do you think his wife on his birthday tells him, stop shorting, it's your birthday? Probably not. It's late. I apologize for everything, as usual. Very sorry. The good news is, tomorrow there's another round where we can do better. At 3 p.m.
Or possibly worse. Satiris is not as much of a connoisseur of awkward pauses as we are, I guess, because he took us off the screen.
Why?
I don't know. It's a bit upsetting.
We did one. We did it again. Tomorrow, more chess. Vida doing good. Anish doing good. Andreikin doing pretty good. Shankland doing pretty good. That's the current situation.
That is the current situation, for sure.
Thanks for watching. Now, let's go play 4.5 hours of chess.
I'd like to be excused, sir.
Yeah. See you tomorrow, 3 p.m. Go premium on chess24.com. See you soon.
See you soon.